always admire.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
The battlefield is set, the spotlight is on, and we're taking it back to the arena stage with a prize on the line and a shot at glory and revenge. Who will rise, who will fall, and who will claim it all? Welcome to the North America Kings Arena, the NAKA Season 1, Day 2 of Week 2 of the arena stage. I'm your caster Liz, joined alongside by the one and only Private Dancer.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? And we are live, a second day of the second week of this amazing tournament, here to see the top three in North America duke it out.
Yeah, duke it out indeed. Yesterday, we've seen a tremendous fight coming in from all the teams. And today, we're here with three more teams. And let's take a refresher at the tournament format. In the arena stage, we will be seeing three phases of team fights, right? For yesterday, we've seen phase 1 and phase 2, best out of 3 going into the round robin format. And today, we will see phase 3 with the 3 top teams and the challenger from yesterday, Private.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Today, phase 3 will kick off our final 3, the top 3 here in North America. You can see right there who worked their way through. Flash Smilodon earned their chance as the challenger to go up against DJB Club, and possibly, if they can get through that, have a chance at the current champions, BYL.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, these 3 names we are very familiar with. They were the 3 teams that were fighting in phase 3 for last week's tournament. And today, Flash Smilodon made their way back into the challenger seat with another chance for the ultimate prize pool.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting indeed. But let's show you how they actually made it through there. Yesterday, Flash Smilodon absolutely went in swinging with some very quick and very dominating matches. First one they went up against was against FLN. N19 you saw was able to move forward, same with Stamina Esports. But the story of the round robin was the domination that Flash Smilodon showed, and how quickly they were able to dispatch with their opponents to become the challengers here today.
Yeah, yesterday we actually got to spoke with Flash Smilodon's Mwaji, who showed us nothing but aura with Riz and confidence, and he and his team is ready for today's matchups. And looking at the prize pool of this tournament, once again, Private, we are looking at $6,000 and 62,500 tokens of total prize pool. And what's important is that in the arena stage, every weekend, the win counts, right? Every week, the teams who make it as the ultimate winner will take home $1,000 and 10,000 tokens. That's a lot of prize pool money.
Yeah, and it's a very important detail that you ended there, is that you have a reset every single week. You have an equal opportunity to make it. And then when we talk about the playoffs, an equal prize pool there as well. First, we'll be walking away with $2,000 and 12,500 tickets, and the rest of the prize pool dispersed as you see on your screen. So much money, so many tokens, so many skins that you could buy with those tokens as well. And each one of these teams is fighting, especially here tonight.
Yeah, so many tokens, so many prizes, and so many chances, right? They have 3 weeks to climb to the top, and every week the bracket refreshes and they have a fresh chance. So whether or not you make it is really a demonstration of skills. And looking at today's matches, we already talked about it, the 3 teams, we will see 2 best out of 5 matches. First, from the challenger versus the second seeding DJB Flash Smilodon, something that we've seen last week, and whoever moves forward in this matchup will be facing our current crowned champion BYL.
Yeah, Flash Smilodon, like you said in our interview yesterday, had a lot of strong words and a lot of confidence coming forward. But these top 2 teams in DJB and BYL, they are top 2 for a reason, and it is going to take more than words to get them to cross that finish line.
Yeah, words cannot tell their whole story, right? Yesterday, we have heard so far from Flash Smilodon. Last week, we heard from BYL. both of the members that we've spoken to have shown us their confidence and their pure love of the game, right? And DJB Club, not to put them down, last week they had tremendous wins all throughout the weekend, and they had that practice, the warm-up throughout the week to get to that top spot. And today we get to see whether the story repeats for Flash Smilodon, right, Private?
Yeah, exactly. They have a lot of energy and momentum on their heels. So let's take a look at the team starting roster. For Flash Smilodon, bringing up the Clash lane, it will be Leoli. In the jungle, Demon Cat. Mage will be taken up by that interview we saw yesterday, Mwaji, with his confidence. The Roam will be taken up by KT, and Farm lane taken up by Forest.
Yeah, with the support Pelican coming in, and on the side of DJB Club, we will also see some familiar faces. They haven't made their presence yet this week, but last week they showed us their pure domination, right?
Yeah, exactly. They had a great putting together, a lot of energy at their heels. Even it started off the Sunday with a victory to kind of get things warmed up. But let's go ahead and take a look at that roster, Liz.
Yeah, for the Clash lane, we'll have Ben Noel. For the jungle, we'll have Zero. For the mid lane, we'll have Eternal. For the Roam, we'll have GOT7ZZ2. And for the gold lane, we'll have Immortal. And as a standby, we'll have Blankman.
Yes, Blankman indeed. They've got a strong roster. Don't be fooled. A very strong roster that was able to dominate yesterday or last week and get to the top of the pool here in North America, only to be halted by BYL. So, I mean, this is something that you cannot look past. If you're trying to get here at the top of North America, you're going to have to focus on what is right in front of you, and what is right in front of you is a strong team in DJB.
Yeah, strong team indeed for DJB Club as well as for Flash Smilodon, right? Now we're at the stage where we have 3 of the top teams of North America. And from last week's arena stage, phase 3, we've seen that these teams matching up against each other can take the match into the distance. And today we're expecting something very similar, right? We want to see what the teams have in store for us and how they've made their adjustments compared to last week. Yesterday we talked to Mwaji, who kind of discussed what he learned from the previous weeks, and all we want to do is have fun, right? And whether or not they can continue to have fun and match up against something that a team that is more on par with them through last week's performance is something that we're expected to see today.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you bring that up too, because I want to say fun and enjoying this game has been a common theme, especially for the successful teams that we've been interviewing. When it came to BYL, they talked about their success, and there was a lot of strategy that went into it, but eventually what got them to cross that finish line was just going with the players, going with the heroes that they enjoyed playing, that they liked playing, that they were familiar with, instead of completely focusing on the draft. And it doesn't always go, it isn't always a successful strategy, but for them it was, and it got them to that very high rank here in North America. We're going to see if maybe that can be duplicated. That same type of success can be duplicated here tonight.
Yeah, of course. And speaking with Mwaji yesterday, right, they have this synergy. All of their teammates are actually from the KMW representative team. And they have been practicing somewhat, but they actually feel like they have a lot of synergy, even not needing to always play together. But they've had that experience and had that international stage experience as a team. So that's really important when you're looking at it at a game that is taking into the late game mark and taking into the best out of 5 strategy, and that's very important for the team to continue and having that natural synergy with each other.
Yeah, and very true. Especially, we've talked about it before. This is not a game where you can just come in, clash, and just butt heads. You have to be patient. You kind of have to kind of get the layout of the land, see what's going on around you before you make a mistake. So many teams yesterday we saw as a huge example when going up against teams like N19, when going up against Flash Smilodon, and all these tiny little mistakes that they make add up into just this big ball of regret when you're facing a team that is precise, that understands the strategy, that understands the power spikes that they need to do and continue that snowball throughout the games. We saw 10-minute games, we saw 9-minute games yesterday, and it was almost a blur. It's hard sometimes as a team coming up at this level to understand, all right, guys, there's a shopping list of things we did wrong. Where do we focus? How do we kind of minimize the impact that these little mistakes that we have going forward for us? So it's very interesting when it comes to like the strategies that all of these teams kind of try to bring together with it.
Yeah, the precision and the strategy kind of starts off with having a draft ready, right? So having something that they're comfortable with, but also is in the meta and taking away the comfort pick of the opponent team. DJ, at least for BYL, they have a lot of the national ranked heroes. So some of these heroes we've seen last week, the Agudo is one for sure that has made a huge presence onto the map, regardless of which team that takes it. But especially for BYL, they are very comfortable with that hero. So something to counter that, or even taken away from their pocket, is something that we expect to see today, right? And yesterday we've seen Flash Smilodon being actually very comfortable on a lot of heroes. And I'm sure for DJB Club, they've had experience with this game for a long time, being past top 100 in the Chinese server. So they've had immense experience with this team, with the heroes, as well as the different strategies in game and how they execute it now, and mixing it up with some of the newer heroes like the Chicha that we haven't seen really pop off as much in this tournament. Whether the teams can actually master that hero and put it into their draft and really leverage its strong potential right now is something that I actually really look forward to seeing.
Yeah, it's very interesting if you bring up the Chicha, some of these newer heroes, a lot of the meta comes into play. We saw, I want to say yesterday, a lot of picks that kind of went into the meta, but maybe not played as strong as they should have. I think one of my biggest qualms was probably the Haya, a pretty high pick rate when it came to a lot of the matches in our series, but just did not take off the way it was supposed to. And it's a very aggressive pick that you want at the moment you get that ultimate. You want to kind of lock on to some of those squishier heroes, get them into your domain with your ult and shut them down. Unfortunately, it was very hard for a lot of these teams to kind of focus or maybe kind of change up and kind of expand outside what they considered their normal bubble. Saw a lot of Yang Jian pickups too as well. That, like I said, maybe that is part of a hero pool kind of issue that sometimes comes along here. This is why I'm kind of excited about Sunday, because I feel like with a lot of those issues we don't always see on the Sunday matchups. Here you've got a lot of people you talked about already. When it comes to BYL, you've got a lot of people that have the highest ranked on certain characters there, so they understand the hero pool. They have all these options that they can choose from, and they play them well. So here, at the very least on Sunday, you're gonna see heroes played the way they're supposed to, itemized the way that they're supposed to. So I'd be taking notes.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they're taking notes and watching each game, right? But sometimes, like you mentioned, the Haya, if you're really focusing on the meta picks too heavily, you kind of draft yourself into corners, right? So we kind of want to see putting those meta heroes where they're supposed to be and really playing it to their advantage and understanding how they fit into your draft, and really picking the heroes that you're comfortable with and are also targeting the enemy's team and having your own strategy and executing that right. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of that in today's matches as the team prepare their draft and prepare their strategy that they prepared for us. A lot of preparation indeed, and Private Dancer. We're finally into the draft and looking at the board. Once again, the Lone taking off the map, the Dharma taking off the map. What are we expecting to see with the first pick coming in from DJB Club?
I want to say that for both of these teams, the sweet spot has been that roam, the Zhang Fei, I'm expecting that to kind of be taken off. It's either gonna be picked very early or taken off very early. It just provides so much on the toolkit of roaming and support for your team. I've talked about this before for disengages or engages for your team. It has so much, and then it pairs well with so many different picks as well. So I'm wondering if that's going to kind of stay on. There it is. It's an immediate pick up there by DJB.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And speaking about DJB, right, we've seen them really perform well when they have a Zhang Fei in their lineup. Last week, when they actually got banned and taken away of the Zhang Fei, they actually did not succeed as well. So they're obviously their roam position at .7Z Z2 is very comfortable with this Zhang Fei pick, and for that, locking it in first. First hero is actually very smart because you have that frontline tank ready. You can pair it with so many different options of more of assassin jungler and more of a late game marksman who needs that peel. And as a mid laner, I actually prefer to have a roamer that is more on the tanky side rather than a support. But it's just about team preference and which one can actually push you forward. And looking at the map, we have Luna and Arlie on the side of Flash Smilodon. We've seen the Luna do really well in yesterday's games, right? If she's not being able to shut down Luna and take away her buff, she's just gonna snowball. And with these two late game cores secured, we kind of expect them to lean more towards a support or utility mage to allow the team to kind of farm and snowball, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of expecting. It's very dangerous to pick up a Luna when your enemy team has not picked up their mage yet. There's a lot of options that can still lock it down, even if it's just not, even if you're not even talking about skill shots. You're talking about things like a Liang out there, Donghuang, that can just target you specifically. No matter how fast you bounce around, you're going to get caught up there. So very interesting. And that just kind of tells me the confidence that Flash Smilodon has in here to pick up that Luna and be like, all right, I don't think even with the options on the ground, there's nothing that they're going to be able to do to stop us. So I want to say a very confident pick coming out from them, very mobile draft coming out from them as well. And I also wanted to add in, I mentioned that BYL was able to defeat DJB by kind of going with more comfortable picks, but they also had to take away some picks from DJB to get to that comfort level. And that included getting God off of this Zhang Fei. I think a lot of people underestimate how much of a menace, how all over the map he is. He is exactly what he needs to be as a roam. You're not getting any invades. You're not getting, he makes sure that he's escorting people back and forth through the river to make sure that they're not getting jumped there. And it's just everywhere that he needs to be. And I feel like this is going to be a very tough game to have if you're just going to allow them to have some of these picks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen actually Xiao Chao is considered here. Actually, Xiao Chao is actually really good up against something like a Luna with the AoE coming from her ultimate, right? So it's a great pick. We talked about the Donghuan and the Liang being potentially utilized to kind of counter the Luna, but we actually haven't seen that a lot throughout this tournament. We haven't seen any of these assassin junglers get countered or target countered by the opponent team. It's almost always focused on just bring that early game and kind of not denying the enemy of their snowball potential, right? But we see the Shi coming out from the side of Flash Smilodon. It's a great pick considering the amount of farm and the amount of snowball that the Luna and the Arlie needs. So as a support mage, a utility mage, she can provide a lot of crowd control and just a lot of vision throughout the game, and it allows Luna to kind of get the farm that she needs and really take off throughout the game. So I really like both of these teams' drafts. I believe DJB also drafted considering the enemy's team. So how they execute their win condition is something that we're excited to see.
I'm excited. We got a Zhao Chao, we got Ying, we got Lubu on the field. I can count on one finger how many Lubus I've seen throughout this entire tournament, and that would be one. I'm actually very excited to see how well, because Lubu, I feel like there's a couple people who do things that Lubu does a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie, I love his ultimate, Tremble Mortals, where he just lands on there into a big circle, but it's telegraphed pretty heavily, and especially with heroes that have all these flashes, these abilities to kind of get out of the way. We're gonna see how well they can set something like that up.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how it's carried out throughout the game. I do prefer the Luna pick a little bit more than the Ying from the side of DJB Club, but we know that both sides, their junglers are menaces. So how they play up against each other will be a fight for us to watch. So as a team walk into the game, Private Dancer, let's dance ourselves into the first game of this series.
Speaking of dancing, you've got two very mobile jungles coming in here as well. I want to say Zero on the Ying is going to have a lot more CC than you're going to see from the Luna, who's going to be able to kind of come in and dish out a lot of damage. But are you going to be able to dish out that damage, especially when you've got kind of this anti-dive mage that Eternal is on with the Zhao Chao, especially with that Meteor Storm? It's got a huge berth of area that it covers. There's not going to be too many areas for Demon Cat on that Luna to be able to run if he jumps in and that cooldown is not up.
Yeah, when you talk about the Xiao Chao, right, she can actually be built more, depending on the team's need, more as a burst mage with a lot of late game damage, or as something more of a support and utility mage, providing that that CC and also building more on the defensive side, right? So depending on the team's condition, we'll have to see how Eternal builds into the Xiao Chao. But we've seen how strong she is with the previous series, and now looking at as 4-man rotating to the top on the side of DJB.
Yeah, very early, going to get that 4-man up here. Maybe trying to bait out a couple abilities. You see the Zhao Chao is going to come in, but not able to get much out of it. They are kind of looking, Flash Smilodon, to kind of peek through during the mid to late game. That's when they're going to want to look for a lot of the fights when it comes to their composition. They're still going to need some items. Not too much early game potential for them, which kind of leans into DJB. Like you saw that early rotation, they're going to be able to clear faster. They're going to be able to kind of get up or down throughout these lanes a lot faster. It's on them to kind of make something happen. We've seen it before. You can't just allow a Luna to farm, especially somebody as dangerous as Demon Cat, because once he gets to that 8-minute mark, once he starts dishing out that damage, he's going to be a menace that needs to be stopped. And if you're trying to stop him at the 8-minute mark and not beforehand, it's already too late.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Private. With something like the Luna, right, you want to be able to kind of make him have a suffering early game. But with picking up something like the Ying, right, she also needs to prioritize her own farm, her own buffs. So it's looking like right now, as far as the game goes, at the 3-minute mark, DJB Club has not considered kind of going in and messing up Luna's jungle. But on the map right now, gold is actually pretty even on both sides, and not a lot of skirmishes happening yet.
Yeah, actually a little bit of an engagement happening up top. Oh, and a sandwich about to happen here at bottom. So engagements on both sides of the map. Is still able to get away is Flash Smiley, and KT read the area, able to dash his way to safety. That's another value you get out of that Lapu. The distance and ground he's able to cover. Look at that, like how fast he's able to just dash himself back out of harm's way. Not just that, but he doesn't even need to because of how tanky of a character he is. He's a great match when it comes to dealing with a Zhang Fei. Not dealing, but at least matching the tanking potential that he brings with him.
Yeah, you're right. And last week, we've seen these two teams go up against each other, right? When they're playing up against each other, they play a very calculated match. They're very careful. And unlike yesterday, where we see a lot of team fights happening all throughout the game, minutes after minutes, they're really playing by the objective. And looks like right now, the first turret will be the objective and potentially see a Cat Clash here.
Big Raging Sea connects from Lapu onto two members. You saw the Unbridled Outburst come out there, but Ying, Zero able to catch up and take away that objective. On the back end, though, Demon Cat finds a kill of their, that's going to be the first blood for Flash Smilodon. So you are able to scoop up an objective, but it does cost you one member on your team, which is unfortunate because that's the Tyrant. So that is at the point where you would want to turn around on the enemy team and try to start an engagement once you got that little damage boost from the Tyrant.
Yeah, a Tyrant for a small price of support, but unfortunately the bot lane tower does seem to get defeated. With Zhang Fei being gone, the Flowborn is just too afraid to actually step into her lane and defend that tower, right? So it's actually a pretty even trade and also in favor of Flash Smilodon.
And this is something that we've seen from Flash Smilodon before. As soon as they get the kill, especially if it's after an objective, even if you have to just refuse somebody and they have to go home, they immediately know what they need to do. They're going to go into the jungle. They're going to push a tower. They know where they need to be to kind of keep this macro up to base. And speaking of macro, you see that DJB is able to take a tower of their own. On the other side of the map, Demon Cat was able to pick up the Overlord.
And besides picking up the Overlord, right, we've seen actually all lanes getting pushed in by Flash Smilodon. These teams know exactly their win condition, and just like that, KT slaughtered to his death.
Yeah, that was basically a marching band of DJB coming into mid lane, and Flash Smilodon, and I want to say kind of overstayed their welcome. Once they saw them in there, I feel like they were really wanted to take down that mid tower. I do know it provides a huge advantage, opens up the jungle for you, but not to take I want to say some easily avoidable deaths there from DJB. 1-1 apiece right now. Both teams kind of even. Narrowly stretching ahead is a Flash Smilodon right now, but a very tight game, definitely a lot tighter and evener than we saw yesterday coming into this.
Yeah, all of the tier 1 towers on the side, almost all of the tier 1 towers on the side of DJB Club is pushed out by Flash Smilodon, right? They really rotated just quicker than DJB Club, even though they were able to kind of respond with taking down the bottom lane tower, but still the map is wide open for the side of DJB Club.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we saw that Venomous Staff was picked up by Flash Smilodon. When it comes to Mwaji, he's going to go ahead and make sure that he has that anti-heal. Eternal hasn't really picked it up yet, probably focusing more on those AoE damage to make sure that he's spreading out his damage in case Demon Cat tries to jump onto him. I'm not sure. Sometimes I do feel like as you get later and later that not getting anti-heal does start to really kind of canker into your gameplay there. Ooh, a little bit of a flash there coming out from the Lapu. KT in a little bit of trouble, is going to dash his way to safety. No worse for wear as anybody there, but they are going to go ahead, try to focus on that mid tower. Coming in is God, but does not find the mark. Both these teams very measured in their approaches. They understand how close they can be. They understand the damage that they can take and how they can escape. This is a very macro intensive game. You can tell by the score, 1-1 apiece, but we've got like 6 towers down right now.
Yeah, and 2K gold lead in favor of Flash Smilodon. They're really playing by the macro, right? They are so desperate to get that mid lane tower down, but at what cost, right? So right now they're trying to kind of invade into Ying's jungle. We haven't seen the Ying really pop off this game yet. Not doing too much for his team, but as the game gets later and later, the damage that a Flowborn Marksman does, right? And to have a late game burst mage like the Xiao Qiao, as the game drags on, it's looking like DJB Club has a fight to throw.
Demon Cat is sitting on 7.4k gold right now. The highest other person is 6k, and that would be 0 on the enemy team. So I mean, this is what we were talking about. You allow the Luna to get farmed, you're going to have a problem dealing with it. As we start moving in, we're already at the 8-minute mark. DJB is finding huge amounts of trouble being able to find a lot of these engagements. Even the engagements that they're good on, Flash Smilodon just has such a great disengage on their team. They're able to dash backwards, so much movement speed. Here they're going to go ahead and try to force onto this mid tower, but look at all the damage being taken there by God. He's going to have to turn around.
There's so much mobility on the side of Flash Smilodon, right? With something like the Arlie, even though she's not, wow, just taking off the map, the Lubu, not doing too much in front of our eyes, but Ying finally getting the kill and getting her stats up.
Yeah, and this is the excellent thing that's being done. Oh, as I say that, 3-1. I was actually just about to start praising Flash Smilodon. They're about to suffer another kill here. Auto attacks me down, shooting him on the way. Ying able to find the kill there. Great pickup 4-0. They're going to go ahead and try to force into this mid lane turret, and that's going to be opening up the map for the side of DJB. Great pickups there for them. Like I said, I was about to start singing their praises about how well they've been managing this. Luna hasn't gotten caught yet, but then Demon Cat eats himself a death there and turns this actually around. Now the lead I don't want to say too firmly, but DJB do have quite a huge advantage here now that they were able to put a few deaths on the board.
Yeah, the milling tower is so important for opening the map and kind of bring that vision into your favor, right? So with that taken down, this tyrant might be the next fight that they're looking for to further their advantage and continue to snowball towards late game.
Yeah, and you see here, they're still being very careful. That's the problem when you have such a mobile type of composition coming from Flash Smiley, and you don't want to go too deep into it. It leaves your backline exposed. Luna can dash back there. Pelican can get back there on the Arlie as well. Alioli definitely can get back there with the Tremble Mortal. So you want to be very careful about how quickly you're pressing forward. You do have the Unbridled Outburst. It does proc out from God, still trying to get that vision and back out the rest of Flash Smiley. You don't want a 50-50 here. Is able to pick it up. Zero finds it. Are they going to be able to get away scot-free? It looks like that they're able to kind of creep their way back to their base. So a great pickup there for DJB.
Yeah, look, something like that really is kind of whoever smites better, right? And we've seen how strong Zero is last week with picking up some of these assassins. Obviously very comfortable with the picks that he's in for. And Ian actually doing a lot from the mid-game point of this game and looking to kind of rotate to the bot and actually doing a little bit of team fight right here.
Well, I mean, you can talk about how strong he is with some of the smites, but N19, they lost the smite battle to Demon Cat, which actually ended up costing them their place here on Sunday. So, I mean, Demon Cat's no slouch himself, and his team has shown they can do such a great job making sure to get everybody in place for a lot of these objectives, even if they aren't the ones to start it. So that's why I get a little nervous when I see those 50-50 as we are defending onto the high grounds of our tower on the side of Flash Smiley. And no worse for wear. Everybody from DJB does kind of turn around. They're going to start focusing more on some of these tier 2 towers on the side of Flash Smiley and clearing out the jungle, which is pretty familiar territory as Flash Smiley have been doing that to them through the early half of this game.
And now Luna is walking around the map without his blue buff that she really needs to kind of do damage and actually be involved in a team fight. So now it's not looking too comfortable for this Luna. When you have something like the Luna or some assassins, right, you really need to have your buffs ready to have that mana to actually make an impact in the team. But having that denied is going to be really tough for Luna at this point.
Yeah, and you saw that Luna actually, I want to say Demon Cat picked up a Succubus Cloak. So you know that the damage, that magic damage coming out from Eternal on the Zhao Chao is having a huge effect. It's just such a wide area for an ultimate that as an assassin trying to come in, you really have nowhere to run. And I almost kind of feel like, I mean, you need your team to kind of burn that out of them. You need to get that cooldown down before you dive in, or you're going to be susceptible to the damage, to the point that now she has to pick up a defensive item when you were so far ahead.
But what can actually take down the Xiao Chao, right? I mean, the Arlie can go to the back line and take down the Xiao Chao, but the damage that she does, the AoE damage, taking down Luna once again off the map.
Yeah, a big stun there lands as soon as Demon Cat tries to engage, which I'm a little on the fence about too. Demon Cat kind of ran out there by themselves, got stunned immediately. There was no other targets there, so of course they're going to focus you down, get the stun, and try to end the game here. You can see here now, right now, Lulu gets taken out. That is Liulu on that. 3 more members from Flash Smiley. This might be an early game for DJB, who find themselves victorious.
An incredible game and a dominating performance coming in from DJB, right? They weren't sitting in their seat cold. They've been practicing and they've been continuing that momentum that we see so strong in the previous week, continue the aggression into this week with that dominating victory and dominating first game of the series.
Yeah, a great game from DJB Club. Flash Smiley, they talked about how they have like their whole roster here, very comfortable. There are some picks here. The Lubu, I'm not really too sure about. We don't see him too much in the meta picks anymore. Like I said, his ultimate can really be telegraphed to the point that you're not really catching anybody. And I don't really remember seeing a Tremble Mortals come out that actually was a successful setup for Flash Smiley in this game. On the other side, though, I want to say a great counter coming out from DJB, having the Zhao Chao out there, having that the meteor shower available every single time Demon Cat wanted to come in and just stun down. It really able to shut them down.
Yeah, and looking at DJB Club, right, for last week, the two heroes that really caught our attention on the side of DJB Club is actually the Flowborn Marksman for Immortal and the Jiang Fei for GOT7 ZZ2. So with these two heroes secured for the side of DJB Club, you're almost asking for a tough matchup. So I think for the next game, these two heroes, you might want to consider taking it off the hands of DJB Club, maybe potentially banning, and especially with something like the Flowborn Marksman, we've seen her success throughout this tournament so far. She's such a rewarding marksman to play. As long as you can get your skills onto the enemy, you only need about three items to actually pop off and start doing a lot of impact in the game. And we got to see in the previous game how much damage she was able to shed onto the side of Flash Smilodon and not giving an opportunity to continue the engage and aggression into the back line.
Well, we saw a game where I want to say both teams, well, actually not really both teams. I want to say Flash Smilodon was doing a lot of like trying to kind of kite away from a lot of fights that they were having, especially because as we got to the mid game, as we started getting later and later in that, the damage was becoming a little oppressive for them. Even though they didn't even have, they had mostly skill shot stuns, a lot of that was still able to kind of lock on to Demon Cat and put him down. Here, some great, I want to say some great foresight coming from the side of DJB. Some not super outside the box picks. Zhao Chao, you don't see her too often, but I love the thought process behind it, especially when you're dealing with an assassin that is so mobile that can get all around the map. It's like, it doesn't matter because I'm basically spraying the entire map anyway. So you can dash all over there if you want to. You're going to get taken down to the point that that Demon Cat needed to pick up a succubus cloak. And I almost feel like when you're at a point where your marksman, your assassin are picking up defensive items, it's like you're kind of singing the tune of your demise right there.
Sticking the tone indeed, and with a Xiao Chao pick, right? Xiao Chao is actually one of my favorite heroes to play. She is really easy, just hit and run kind of heroes. I'm not needing too much mechanic. I'm not at this age where I can actually do so well with the micros, but then she does so much towards the late game if you're able to actually get to that late game and get your items on, right? So a defining performance coming in from DJB Club. And with that being said, let's take a look at the standings right now. Having played that match, 1-2-0 so far for DJB Club. They need 2 more wins to secure the series and face up against BYL once again.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 5 here, folks. Not like yesterday, which was a best of 3 for the first phase, and then the second phase was a best of 1. Here, right now, these 3 teams will compete in a best of 5. So whether they were lucky or strategic, DJB does need to duplicate this success at least 2 more times to move on to the NAKA champions thus far.
Yeah, but we've seen both of these teams play up against each other last week, right? So they have a lot of experience and understanding of their opponents. But this first game, right, we've seen DJB Club play a pretty comfortable game. They got denied of the Jing that we've seen pop off last week on the side of Zero, but he showed us that he's just as good on the aim. So this time, how Flash Smilodon actually strategized into the comfort picks and into the strength of DJB, we'll have to see, right? I really think that Jiang Fei, as we've discussed before in the previous week, is doing a lot for the side of DJB Club. So giving that Jiang Fei away for free is what caused BYL to even lose a few games in the previous week. So this time, with I would say Flash Smite having the first pick, they might consider even picking up that Zhang Fei or banning it and at least denying away from GOT7 ZZ. So something like that is what I'm expecting for the next drafts coming in.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing here, because I believe that means a Flash Smilodon will be the first pick here, so they can ban that away, maybe pick up the Lapu, meaning that you don't have those big, powerful picks. You do still have the Lian Po out there as well, which can be just as strong. And I almost feel like if you're kind of not, you're doing yourself a disservice, because you've got 3 of them that basically do the same thing. That's why I say, like, when it came to the draft we saw from BYL, they took all of that off the board, and then they just went with something that they were comfortable with, because when you put yourself in the position that the enemy team is delegating what your bans are, because they're so strong, there's so much on the other end that you're leaving open that you wouldn't usually. So it kind of rewrites the entire strategy. Here it's going to be very interesting, because I feel like Flash Smilodon, they have kind of the same game style as a DJB club too as well. So if you take that away, you're almost hindering yourself as well. We'll see what they go. And if there may be some changes they do with some of that draft.
What they actually put in store for us as the draft is ready. We'll see if our predictions and our analysis actually right for the team. It does seem like the Zhang Fei is auto ban actually on the side of DJB club, right? They themselves ban out the Zhang Fei and the Dharma. They don't want to give it into the hands of Flash Smilodon. They understand how powerful it is, but we do see the Long getting picked out for Flash Smilodon. The Long has done pretty well in the previous series that Flash Smilodon played yesterday, so it's definitely a very dominating pick on the side of Flash Smilodon. With that being said, the Charlotte is a really viable clash lane right now, right? The dive that she provides and kind of separating the enemies on its side, but Pei, Private, your favorite hero coming in.
And we say that, I mean, as much respect as I have for Pei, I've yet to see him utilized to his fullest potential here. And he is one of those picks that need to be perfect. You need to farm properly. You need to make sure that you're not making any mistakes. That's a lot to ask for like 8 to 10 minutes. Don't make any mistakes. Just go out there. Don't make any mistakes. I mean, you can put that on paper, but there's a lot that goes on there. And even then, DJB immediately scoop up his counter in the Ukyo Tachiban. So, I mean, you're going to have the stun coming from Ukyo, 0 on the Ukyo. Demon Cat needs to be very careful about some of these engagements. What we saw from the last game too, I seen him get a little frustrated, go out there when the enemy was kind of knocking on his base's door and get caught as well. So here, I like to see the rest of Flash Smilodon try to open up this jungle for him, escort him, make sure, I want to say all eyes need to be at any point in the game. Where is Demon Cat on Pei? Can we help him? Can we assist him and make sure that we are enabling him to get to that 8 and 10 minute mark with the gold that he needs to dominate?
Yeah, with the Pei being picked up and the Byron, right? Right now, I'm kind of expecting to see maybe a Mai on the side of Flash Smilodon as a classic combo. These 3 heroes have so much early game potential, and paired up with each other, it's still available and open for the side of Flash Smilodon. But whether or not they pick it up and execute it, we'll have to see. I like how you mentioned that we have the Yukio as a counter for Demon Cat, and both sides are looking for one last hero to complete their synergy. The Ishin pickup, I like it. I think with that Ishin being picked up, we do have a spot open for something more of a late game core, and a lot of options actually available still. You have the Chano as well and the Aaron, so we'll have to see what they pick up.
Ooh, it looks like we are kind of hovering on. Ooh, Maoji gonna go with that crowd and damage favorite. We've seen, man, I cannot say enough nice things about his Mo that we saw yesterday. Right from like the opening seconds, he is just so surgical with his aim that he doesn't even really need items. I think this was before he had even picked up venomous staff. He was absolutely chunking tanks, chunking front lines to the point that it was just this steamball roll over onto enemy heroes there. Here, you're going to pair that up with the CC you get from a Mozi pickup too. So not only is you have this great aimer on the Mo, but you're gonna be able to stun them and keep them in place so that he can get that nice and lined up for his teammates. So I'm very excited to see how Flash Smilodon, if they're gonna be able to be successful with this composition.
Yeah, with the composition that they have, right, we need to get the long towards the late game as well as the Mo. But with yesterday's performance, we've seen that Moaji doesn't need that many items to even come online with the Mo. So how he executed in this game up against DJB Club, we'll have to see as we walk into the second game of this series, a defining game for both teams.
Yeah, I'm very excited that we're gonna see the combination here for me that I'm gonna be looking for is this the Mo and the Mozi, and then the Yishin with the Lian Po, because I feel like you throw a board onto the ground, God's gonna be able to get that ultimate with a bunch of trapped members there. And here, look at the suppressive fire coming from Waji, trying to get this Azul buff. They are not able to get it there, and they actually take a little bit of damage on their way back from the river.
But I think they actually got the blue buff on the side of.
Oh, they did.
They denied the blue buff from the UTO. A great invade early game. That's what you want to do when you have a pay, right? When you have a pay, you want to get the GPM right from the get-go. You have that early game clear as a jungler, and they're able to execute it perfectly in this game so far. So now with a Lady Sunrise, she's actually really dominant and able to kind of solo farm in her lane. If she's able to snowball in the early game, she will be a menace on the map. So whether or not this farm lane matchup will have to, it'll be very exciting for us to see.
Yeah, it's really funny too, because a moment ago we did see the bodyguards here for Demon Cat here basically escorting him everywhere to make sure he kind of gets that early game advantage that you really want to have on a pay pick up there. So doing exactly what he needs to do in this game, get that early advantage, keep that gold up right now. I mean, there are some opportunities where you would like to kind of go in for a kill, maybe get a gank, but I mean, as a pay, oh, actually comes in. I wonder if he was actually able to pick up those pigs as well. Comes in here, gets a little bit of CC for his efforts, and the rest, KT and Wauji right there as well to make sure that he's got a clear escape. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Flash Smiley, and this is exactly what I want to see when there is a pay pick out there.
Oh, Flash pop from Wauji, but not going to connect onto the UTO, able to live with a sliver of health and finally getting his first blue.
Yeah, he was very hungry for a blue buff there. They do get the proper rotations there, and still 0-0 apiece. We're still waiting for these objectives to come online. That's where we usually see, especially when it comes to some of these more skilled teams, they usually are pretty tight on their rotations, pretty tight on not getting caught out until these objectives come out and a fight is forced. Look at these two tanky Clash laners, just basically a couple of light slaps at each other.
I do want to say, with that flash being gone from Moaji, right, wasted into trying to dive into the UTO, it won't be available for the next team fight. So on the side of DJB Club, they know that. So this Dynamo really needs to watch out for his positioning in the next team fight to not make him a meat stock for the side of DJB Club.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting you say that, but there's not much. Maybe you do have God on the Lian Po that can kind of dive into the back line. Badoon on the Charlotte, not really fed enough just yet to really be dashing into those back lines to kind of really take advantage of that just yet. So, and the biggest thing that we've seen from Waji, and he's got some abilities to get himself away to kind of create that distance as well, which is what has made him so dangerous on this Ganon Mo pick in the past. 7 seconds. And we will have the Tyrant and the Overlord up.
Yeah, we see the Lian Po kind of walk into that bush and securing that vision for his teammate, but is it too deep? Actually, he's able to get away. Both sides looking to camp out here near the tower and pit, but it does seem like Flash Myrmidon will be able to get it in just a bless of a second.
Yeah, they were very quick about that. They focused it down and were able to pick it up. Right now, this is, I want to say, the mistake that they were making before, where you kind of just let the assassin just kind of have their way around the map. We're not able to stop him just yet, and we're going to get to a point where Pei is going to be so strong, doing so much damage that it's going to be a problem. The only, I want to say, the good thing that we have on our side is that we do have a Yukio pick on our side, so you can get that stun as soon as Demon Cat tries to engage and be able to take him down. It's just going to kind of come down to that play style and whether these guys are going to be able to capitalize off that. Speaking of which, a little bit of an invade there. Zero in enemy territory gets caught with a stun. The cannon blast coming out from KT and narrowly gets caught there by Mwaji as well. Still 0-0 apiece at the 5-minute mark. So a very kind of low kill game. Both teams really focusing on that macro.
And both teams looking to invade throughout the game. They both did a great job having that. But I do want to point out that this time, I would say the Pei has been doing a lot better than the Pei that we have seen so far in this tournament, right? But a great response coming in from Zero, denying that red buff and delaying Demon Cat's farm at this point in the game.
Yeah, my disappointment in Pei picks has not been because of Peis that have been played like this. They're doing the job that they need to, not just on the Pei pick, but on the rest of the team, especially in that early game, to make sure that they were escorting him around, make sure he had protection. Now we're at a point where a lot of his cooldowns are going to be a lot shorter, so he has himself a few little bits of escape there to kind of meander around the map to try to pick up some of that farm. A little bit of a focus there on the mid. They're going to try to open up this map by jogging onto that mid tower, and they pick that up. That's going to open up the map. Not too much of a fight there for a very huge objective coming out from DJB. We do have a board down on the ground, diving in to look for that stun. Down goes Demon Cat, looking to answer it back. Banoon goes down as well. We've traded two on Flash Mylodon, and just like you were talking about, Mwaji might be in a little bit of trouble here. Gets popped up and taken down. Zero with the cleanup, finding himself another kill, bringing his team DJB 3-1 over Flash Mylodon.
Oh, a great comeback for the side of DJB Club. They responded so well. Oh, right, cashed the side of Flash Myrmidon one by one. Even though Pei was able to kind of invade that red buff, he got slaughtered to his death, bringing down his teammate as well. And that gives DJB Club the advantage that they have right now to take down more towers and open the map up further for their team.
Yeah, I kind of feel like our setup wasn't there. We do find a kill here in the name of taking down Immortal, but I feel like after we took down that mid tower, maybe we got a little bit of greedy. We didn't have the setup potential that we needed, the CC to really start in the fight. So you've got a great amount of CC on our team when it comes, especially with the kit that KT has on this Motzi. Unfortunately, he wasn't there to really help with his team to capitalize. Demon Cat and I want to say Mwaji and Demon Cat really need to kind of have their focus on the same person, because that is just a huge amount of damage. You get a stun on somebody and you have two of those, you have the Pei and the God and Mo coming at you, you're not going to be getting out of that engagement. It's just going to kind of come down to that focus. Board is on the ground, and using that ultimate to get away is a Pelican. He's going to be finding himself to safety, but at the bottom, a great job by DJB to split up that priority and start pushing on this bottom lane.
I mean, Yukio was not even there for the buff. He's not even looking to get the red buff. He wants to push that bot lane, right? And you see Mwaji just in the mid lane, watching there with the red on his shoulders, being very comfortable in this spot and actually denying Yukio of his farm.
Yeah, and right now, trying to traverse the map. We're going to go ahead and start on this Tyrant. And unfortunately for the side of Smash Smilodon, I mean, are you going to try to engage it? As soon as they get that damage buff, they're going to turn around on you if you're close enough. And I mean, Flash Smilodon, they don't really see a fight that they want. Look at all that damage that immediately comes on to Leoli. They go ahead, reverse back into there. But right now, a little bit of stun lands on the Yukio. Zero in trouble. A couple of auto attacks out there, and taken down there by Pelican out of that lung. And that just a small mistake was all that Flash Smiley needed to find him. And that's kind of the problem you have with Yukio is that, I mean, he is very squishy. And somebody like Pelican, Lung, who's got a lot of these attacks that kind of stick onto you, like, I want to say it's almost annoying how far his attacks will stick onto you after he's disengaged. It almost seems like it's like 6 seconds and you're still getting hit by auto attacks from him.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Flash Marathon, they need to find these opportunities for the multi-man engages and pair up well between the Ganamo and the Lone to really get to the back line and just deny the enemy side and make that win condition sting, right? For Mwaji, paired up with the Lone, is actually doing so much damage and position with the range, slaughtering Zero to his grave.
Yeah, Mwaji was just unloading artillery shots onto Zero. This is going to open it up for Flash Smiley, a great and huge advantage for them to be able to come in here. Oh, but they're going to try to get answered there. You do see that Demon Cat was able to kind of find the kill there, and down goes Eternal. Now trying to chase on to the rest of the 3 members of DJB, looking for a clean wipe here onto the back end underneath the tower. Leo Lee does not want to find this escape, and that is going to be, Zero's back up. Dang it. So close to a team wipe.
Wow, that was indeed so close to team wipe, but they killed 4 people, right? And they were able to secure the turret and bring that map to their advantage. 3k gold ahead and pushing all the towers that they can get and aiming, playing really as a team. We talked about how they need to really set the target on one hero and really mark him down, and that is exactly what they did and what got them that successful team fight.
Yeah, KT very flexible on it. I want to say taking out the strategy of kind of going around having that big tanky hero on your side. Zero actually in trouble there. Is going to have to use his dash to get away. That's going to be another tower down for the side of DJB. Only high grounds at the 11-minute mark. Flash Smiley doing a great job of pushing 9.8k right now on Demon Cat. So, I mean, the farm is there. He's actually about 2k above the highest member of DJB. So even taking those deaths in the early game, he did not slow down his gold. He still was kind of collecting quickly. So he's still got that advantage that he needs, that you want to have as a pay pick.
And that is a classic textbook pay, right? Finally, the first really successful pay game that we've seen so far in this tournament. We've seen at this point in this game with his items and with his GPM, he's able to just shred the health bar of all of these objectives and really carry his game towards this late game. And to have something like the Lon and the Dynamo for late game carry, what on the side of DJB Club can really close the distance and get to back line.
Well, and that's the thing here is the problem is that God is kind of on the back foot on this Leon Poe. You want to try to like use your ultimate, but you're basically setting yourself up as a target, especially at this moment where Mwaji has enough damage. And speaking of damage, down goes Zero, now diving underneath the tower, looking for more prospects. They do, almost actually able to turn it around. One person is down, maybe a little greedy there on the side of Flash Smiley. They're going to go ahead, turn their attention to the bottom high ground. Now the core open and alone. No more towers to protect it. Is Flash Smiley looking to close this out? I want to say the entire team kind of needs to be on the same page. They do see that board come down and all of them decide it's safer to disengage.
Yeah, I mean, they found the successful dive and they marched further into the opposition base, but they understand currently they're low on health, right? They want to play the long game. They know that they have the late game advantage on the side of Flash Smiley, and with that map wide open, they're ready to take it slow and secure their win conditions.
Yeah, doing a great job there. We already see a ton of damage built up on the side of Flash Smiley, and especially when it comes to the Gan and Mo. Now we're gonna go another board landing down on the ground, but you can already see the damage being done. Very, very quickly. Liu Li had to escape. I can't believe he got away with so much health, or not so much, so little health. It's only about like 10% that he was able to run away with, and that is just a great understanding of your Clash laner and the damage damage that they can take before they need to escape. And he did his job. He went in there, tanked, took a bunch of these abilities to the fact that they had nothing left to even contest that objective.
Before looking at DJB's comp, right, they might need that Charlotte to get to the backline to have a sneaky play to find the spot and get back into the game, but we haven't seen that yet, right? So much damage coming in and so much front line to protect the Dynamo and protect the Long.
Yeah, you can even see there that the Leon Poe is trying to go for the marksman, but the infinite vastness is just too much to be able to get away. Every single time they try to engage, infinite vastness comes out and he's able to escape. So you're not even able to lock onto the squishier members of these guys. And if you do lock onto Maji, he's got some abilities of his own on a Ganon Mo to be able to kind of create that distance. It's just some great picks if you don't have enough follow-up. You're talking about Charlotte, Banoon, you have God who can maybe get to the back line, but God is being shredded as soon as he comes in. He has a very predictable line that he can go in when he comes in. But Noon is the only one, but it's very, very squishy. And if you get some CC on him, he's just going to be shut down. You're too far behind to be making those types of, I want to say, mistakes. Right now, we're at about 8K gold lead. Actually, no, we're 12K. I'm sorry. No, it's 8K. Wow. I'm sorry. My math is terrible.
I mean, Private is not mastering his math skills, but at this point of the game, it's 15 minutes into the game. The gold difference is not the most significant difference for both teams, right? We've seen on this map, right, towards the late game is just popping off for the side of Flash Smilodon. For DJB Club, they did really good in the early game, but it's just too difficult to get through this Juggernaut in a scaling situation when you have something like the Dynamo and the Lone. And at this point of the game, there's not much that you can do to get to the backline unless Flash Smilodon really makes a huge mistake, right?
Yeah, we see a board come out there from Eternal, but this base is down for, oh my god, maybe about 1% out there, still surviving, but they do it without the minions there. I was actually getting a little scared. Flash, Smilodon, find it in them to even out the score.
Well, 1-1 Flash Smilodon playing up against DJB Club. I mean, this time around, right, Flash Smilodon has able to come back very quickly and reposition themselves up against DJB Club. Last week, they seemed to be a little bit carried behind by the momentum that DJB Club brought. But this time, they played a different game, Private.
Yeah, I want to say, even with the counter out there, I think I've talked about this before. While Yukio is a good counter for Pei, I feel like his usefulness is narrowed into that one specific job, is that he counters Pei. But then it's like, okay, but we still have a Yukio on our team who is very squishy, who we need to try to protect to get him away from a lot of these fights too. And unfortunately, man, there was just so much damage, so many opportunities for CC. Great pickup there by KT. I love the combination of the Motzi and the Ganon Mo, because you're putting you're setting a pathway for the Ganon Mo success, even though Mwaji doesn't even really need that from what we've seen in some of his other fights on that Ganon Mo. He's precise, his precision is like unmatched. He's a sniper on that. You pair that up with CC, where the enemy's gonna get stuck or slowed, and you're just gonna have a bad time on the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen yesterday the Dynamo, his accuracy with all his skill shot. As a mage player, I don't know how he does it, but he just is able to master that hero to its core. And we've seen him thrive even up against a team like DJB Club, who's proven to us their dominance, right? With that being said, guys, that is 1-1 DJB Club versus Flash Smilodon. It's expected, as we've seen in their matches before. They are really even onto the skill level that they bring, and whichever team kind of comes on top with understanding the draft and their win condition and executing it might be the decisive factor for their win. Yeah,
I just feel like when it came to that last draft, Flash Smilodon understood all the boxes that they needed to check to be successful. We talked about the Ganemo and the Matsi early in the game, the escorting, going into enemy jungle, making sure that your jungler was fed and continually getting as much gold as he could. Even with a death in the early game, he was, I want to say, at least 2-3K ahead almost throughout the mid to late game. So an incredible job there done by Demon Cats to really kind of sink in what they needed to do on the strategy, to the point that, I mean, there wasn't much that DJB Club could do, unfortunately, on their back foot.
Yeah, I do think that both of these wins for the side of the first game going into the DJB Club and the second game going to Flash Marathon, these players are actually mastering their counter picks and some of the picks that we've seen really pop off throughout the series. And now having one win secure into their pocket, this game might be the decisive factor to really put pressure on the opponent team, right? So this time they have to kind of turn the tide around into their favor and think about some of the lineup that they want to play and really have fun and still have that strategy, right? So I'm excited to see what the third game brings to us. Both of these teams are put in a very equal position now. We're resetting the momentum, and whichever team that takes this game, I would say, will be very decisive for how they carry throughout the series.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, and it's been brought up the point that this is a standard ban, so you don't have the luxury of being able to kind of count on, all right, they use that, they can't use it again, so we can wipe our hands of it. No, you still got to be worried about some of those picks, and now you have to adjust your draft to be like, do we really want to ban the Zhongfei, or do we maybe want to, is there something else on the board that we might be a little bit more afraid of? That Ganemo, maybe we're going to need to start looking at a counter for him. We tried the Yukio. Maybe not the pick that you're going to want to go with. Like I said, on paper, I've heard so many people talk about how great of a counter it is, but having that on your team almost feels like it kind of puts you at a disadvantage because you've got something that is so squishy and not exactly the highest amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, with that, the Dynamo pick, I wouldn't say ban is really necessary for up against the Dynamo. I mean, you could consider locking in that Nuwa, right? So let's take a look at the draft for the third game and what these teams actually have for us. So on the side of GB Club, they're banning once again the Jiangfei and taking that Chicha into their hands up against a Daidia and Odd One, a very strong combo indeed.
Yeah, you've got the. I'm kind of excited about the idea. To be honest, with the Ogren, a great combination here. DJB now going to pick up, and this is something Agudo that we. When it comes to Agudo, we've seen how oppressive it is when it comes to those macro, to diving underneath towers. Like, what do we do to stop this? She's just gonna throw her bear at us. and it's like, do we attack the bear to try to bring it down? Do we try to get to Agudo on the back end while the bear is tanking all the tower shots for her? I do like the picks that we have here, especially you pick up a Lady Shen. That's a lot of AoE area and CC that you have, especially for a pick that Demon Cat is on this Ogren, who wants to get up in your face, who wants to get into the fray, and we could possibly use that pick to really slow him down and apply a lot of that anti-heal.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Flash Marathon, they have the Odd One, they have the idea. They might consider picking up that early, right? And or the Chano to really complete that synergy between the three heroes. And what response does DJB have on their side? We do see the Lady Jan you mentioned is a great counter for something like the Odd One. With her skill set, she's able to kind of bring that crowd control into the front line when you have something so tanky and just immobile heroes that she's really great up against, right? So I like the response coming from DJB Club, and the Agudo that we've mentioned has popped off throughout this tournament. She does so much with her mobility and the macro that she provides, being able to rotate so quickly. We do see the Flowborn, potentially Marksman, taking off the map. And on the side of Flash Smite, they're looking to lock in this Marksman pick, considering the Aaron actually instead of something standard like the Arlie or Chano, which Arlie actually on the side of Flash Smite, they've done so well in the previous games.
So a very interesting pickup here from Flash Smilodin. Mwaji picks up the Hano, and as you know, with his ultimates, you're going to be able to kind of reset the tower. So potentially we're looking at to try to counter that dive that they can do. You put that ultimate down there. As soon as they break down the tower, they're going to have to back up the tower, or you'll definitely have to back up because the tower is going to come right back. And then you're not going to have the cooldowns that you used to be able to kind of continue on with that push. But that does insinuate that you're able to get down there fast enough as a mage player to be able to support your team in that fashion. You see we do have the Aaron pickup by Flash Smiley, and it's going to be on the other side of the Arlie, potentially the Arlie that looks like it's being hovered over here by DJB.
Yeah, I like the Aaron pick. She's able to have some flexibility in her build, right? She's able to go the mage build or the standard marksman build. So she has a lot of utility. And with this patch, she actually, her ultimate, she is able to really use that itemization change. So she's able to do a lot more in this patch. So I like seeing this Aaron and match up against the Arlie. I think will be a matchup for us to see. But the last hero, are they really looking to lock in that Baichi?
Baichi's not an awful pick late game. You just gotta it's one of those that you kind of gotta sit on a little bit. He's got a decent amount of he's got that CC with the hook that he can kind of drag you back. But as you go into the late game, he can become super tanky. And you kind of want some tankiness, but I mean, once you're going up against a Baichi who can do true damage, I'm not sure how often it's going to be very successful for them. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, with Chicha in the Clash lane, right, he is really plays really well into the 1v1. I'm excited to see how this team kind of plays out the Chicha this time around, having potentially more practice onto it. But looking at the jabs, we're going to get to see Liu Shan popping off in this game. I haven't seen him yet so far in this tournament, so I'm excited to see how that lanes up against something like the Diadea.
I feel like Liu Shan has a decent amount of damage in the early game, just not as tanky. So he can be a factor, but we'll see as we move into the third game of our series. In phase 3, our first series here, waiting to see who can get the leg up. DJB taking on Flash Smilodin, 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, you see a different rotation coming in from DJB Club, right? This time, the Liu Shan is really protecting the farm lane and rotating as two men, well on the side of on the side of Flash Smilodin, we see a 3-man rotation into mid lane, and now moving down towards the bot lane. Actually, a bit of a change than what we've seen so far in the previous games.
Yeah, which is interesting because usually the focus we see is on the mid lane. You help the mid lane get the clear. The mid lane rotates to go ahead and support the top and bottom. Here, they went ahead. They went to go and support their side lanes. For the side of Flash Smilodin, they decided to support their farm lane. DJB decided to support their Clash lane. We're going to see which one is probably a little bit more successful on either side of them.
Yeah, and actually with Lady Zhen, she actually gave the farm of the mid lane all the way to 0, and giving that Agudo more farm into the early game. And Lady Zhen just rotating almost like a roam throughout the map onto top lane, now onto bot lane, and really providing a lot of support to all the side lanes.
Yeah, and that's a great call out there too, because you kind of got like this little funnel strategy. Ooh, a little bit of a pop up there. Damage coming out from the bottom. Are they gonna be able to find a kill? They're not. A little bit of a flash came out there, so he gets. You can see that KT's gonna have to find himself an escape. But on the top side, Banoon able to find a kill, putting DJB First Blood on the map.
Finally, the first kill coming in from Chicha, a really strong laner on the Clash lane. Chicha, one of the strongest hero right now for this meta, right? A new hero. We see it pop up this game, not captured on camera, but doing a lot for his team to secure that first kill.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of what I was afraid of when you have Levi. Liuli is a great Clash laner, but I mean, I kind of get a little skeptical against the Chicha here. We did see, this is like the first mistake I've seen Liuli, who has been very tight in that Clash lane. It's the first mistake I've seen him make in the opening minutes where he actually gets caught and killed, causing his team to get a little bit behind. Right now, still pretty average for both teams, not really kind of pressing their advantage, being very safe and direct when it comes to these engagements.
Yeah, actually still one kill, slightly ahead in gold on the side of Flash Smilodon, despite getting first blooded. But as a Clash laner, right, you don't like to lose your lane 1v1. It's not a great look just on the ego side of things, but it's not going to be a huge burden for a team.
Yeah, my big question though is once we start going with these engagements, once we get away from this laning phase and we're having these team fights, how are we going against Eternal on this Lady Shen pick? Are we going to be able to take Lady Shen down before we get these engagements? Because that could be the doom part. That could be a huge doom point for the side of Flash Smilodon with two very tanky frontliners.
Oh, you already see that damage popping off from Lady Shen. Not too much, but you can see the ball bouncing between the sides of Flash Smilodon. So when you have something like the Lady Shen, right, towards the lane, you have to really be careful with the positioning, and some almost connects that engagement.
Yeah, God got a little bit close there, and that's a very dangerous position to be when the enemy team just picks up the Tyrant. Now they've got a head full of confidence, and they've got that damage buff from the Tyrant, and they immediately turned it around onto God, who was thankfully able to get away. But in answer to that, DJB absolutely doing a great job. Banoon dominating their lane with this Chicha.
Yeah, that's when you see an early game kind of falling behind on your lane can really cost you that tower, right? So Chicha doing a great job taking down that tower and bringing more vision to the map. Baichi still looking for a fight up in the lane, clearing his lane and trying to protect and push the lane into Chicha and putting pressure on the map. That's all he can do at this point of the game so far. Hano camping into the bush and providing some vision for his team as they rotate around the Overlord side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen too much now. We got some great rotations kind of coming out from Banoon, who comes into the mid lane. He wants to try to support his team, maybe even get a decent push onto that mid lane. They don't do it. And that kind of, it's interesting because that leaves open the top. And now we're going to go ahead and tie it a piece, or actually, no, they were able to get a tower at bottom, tower at top. So they have one tower to two. Yeah, looking for Pelican. The God came down onto his shoulder and said, "Do not go. Do not go forward." There's a trap right there. Immediately turns around. Thankfully, because he might have not survived that. Now a little bit of a fight here at the bottom as Flash Smilodon pushing DJB up against the wall. It's going to go ahead and try to see if they can get anything from this mid. But Flash Smilodon doing a great job, not only of defending, but making sure they clear out those minions at the mid lane too while they are being aggressed, to make sure that there's not much that you can do with the push. Big Flash comes out, the pop-up lands on, and down goes KT. Another kill in the pocket of Banoon. They are looking to kind of continue on with this domination. Unfortunate for Flash Smilodon, he was not able to get his Crimson buff.
Yeah, we finally see the Ogudo coming online, right? Not as much pressure as we've seen in the previous series, just rotating all throughout the map. But when you have something like the Ogudo, it's almost kind of, it makes you scared to defend the tower when you see three men diving in. And rightfully so, the odd one is just backing away. Not too much to worry about right now with their mid lane tower still standing.
Yeah, and this is kind of the question I was having here. I mean, you've got the Hano pick up there by Mwaji, but the problem is he's just never in a position to be able to kind of protect some of those towers. Here he is. They're going to push. They're going to be able to clear that out very quickly. But at the top, you were able to take out all the way to the tier 3 towers right now. And Mwaji just was never in a position to be able to kind of help out and protect that. So almost like we're wasting a pickup with the way that DJB is being successful with a lot of these rotations.
Yeah, so much rotation coming in from the side of DJB with the Chicha, right? Just pushing lane in all throughout the map and moving it across the map. But look at that defense. He's trying so hard to refresh the health of the tower. And wow, that is the power of a Hano, right? But as you mentioned, Hano can't be guarding each and one of the tower, right? So whenever he's not here, a skirmish happening in the bot lane, but Chicha gets away with one sliver of health.
Yeah, and that's the value when a Hano is present and are ready for that. They're gonna go ahead. They're already going back at that tower, so they're like, all right, we'll just give it a couple minutes. We know his cooldown isn't up again, so they come back in. They are able to take it down. And unfortunate for Mwaji, what do? You don't have the cooldowns for it. And like I said, I kind of question how often you're going to be able to be the savior for these towers. Right now, you've only got one tower for Flash Smilodin, and DJB just, man, when it comes to macro, they are just doing so well here right now. Zero coming up from the side, looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, not going to connect though. We see from this draft where we can pick the brains out for the players. The Hano is a great response for something like the Agudo, who's able to push towers so far. But as you mentioned, at what cost? What do you trade in for picking up a Hano who can't have that skill ready all the time? And look at that Panda just throwing it right in and not letting anything pass in his face.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they chased away too. They chased away a Demon Cat who got pushed all the way to the back line. And when that happened, the rest of DJB basically flanked into that tower, finding themselves a kill onto KT. There's just nothing to stop them right now when it comes to these pushes being put on by DJB. You've got the suppressive fire coming in from Banoon on that flank. You saw all the damage he was able to kind of unload there. Then you have a Zero coming in on that Agudo who could just throw his bear in there, take all the damage from the tower, while the entirety of the rest of the team basically pushes forward.
Yeah, but I really like about this game is that even though the side of DJB with the lineup that they have is able to cement control of the map, but another team fight happening as we're thinking.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Demon Cat, gets chucked down. Leo Lee is next on the map, gets frozen and taken down by the Arlie. Immortal picking up the kill there as well. Mwaji back underneath the tower. KT right there next to him. That's going to leave it open for the rest of DJB to go ahead and secure this Tyrant for their team. A great engagement there started by DJB, found 2 members, and a great initiation by them.
Yeah, great aggression coming in from the team, and they have that team fight comp, right? They have the Lady Gen to really put pressure when your enemy team is grouped up together. But as I was saying, Flash Marathon is actually finding sneaking ways to kind of come back with the game, with Aaron kind of split pushing earlier and taking down one tower. But unfortunately, just as the team groups up, it's just so much that DJB Club is bringing in with their lineup.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it was only like it's less than a 2K gold lead for the side of DJB, but when it comes to the composition, DJB is just so dominant. There's not a point here where Flash Smilodin can really even contest once they start pushing underneath the tower. Especially with the cover fire you have from Banoon, Eternal's able to kind of get that giant amount of AoE as well. It's just so oppressive for Flash Smilodin that they do have to turn around, and that just means more and more towers lost every moment. Here, they're going to go ahead and focus onto that Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, with a Lady Gen pick, she's actually, I think she's underrated as a pick, right? She's pretty good up against assassins, like just self-defense type of skills that she has right now, especially after her revamp. And also she's providing the team so much crowd control if the enemy team, like Flash Myrmidon, is a lineup that's so grouped up together and not having something to really dive into the backline and snipe it before it even does damage into a team fight. But right now we're kind of missing that on the side of Team Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. I feel like they do have some options there. The Scepter of Fate from Waji. I mean, it does a lot of damage, especially because it pretty much goes through every single member when they're grouped up. So you would think on paper, when they're grouping up for these towers, Waji would be able to do kind of almost the same thing he does with God and Mo, where his hits pretty much hit everybody, but he's just not able. He's not there at that power spike just yet to be able to dish out that much. And that just keeps Flash Smilodon on their back foot. Tier 2 down on the bottom lane, now starting to focus on the mid lane, gonna open up this jungle completely. Flash Smilodon have absolutely lost control of their jungle now with the Shadow Overlords looming at the bottom, and well, actually looming at all the lanes, but the big hitter coming down, swooping through the bottom lane, laying on the damage. That's gonna be one high ground down. Oh, they were actually able to Hano right there with the fate rewind, gets that tower back up. That would have fooled me, but DJB, they read it well, they back up away from it, live to fight another day.
I think that's when the Hano is actually doing a lot, coming online, and that must be so annoying for side of DJB 12.
What a beautiful engagement coming from God. He loses his life, but he does find 3 members. Oh, actually, now that I talk about a Flash Smilodon, they're angry. They're turning this around. 2 down. Banoon is down as well. And a DJB turn it around. Looks like Immortal able to catch Demon Cat with some firepower of their own. 3 down for Flash Smilodon, and DJB has 2 down. You saw God flashed into there with that spin. Got, I want to say, 4 members of Flash Smilodon, but they were able to focus very well. I want to say they didn't lose as many as they could have with that engagement, but still, I want to say, took the brunt of that assault now. 2 towers down, only 1 more high ground. That is short-lived as well. It's just the core standing in between DJB and victory.
Yeah, we saw the tower just revitalize and regain its HP, but at what cost, right? We took down 2 members for Flash Smilodon for the side of DJB Club, actually in favor of the trade, but the odd one was too deep, and that costed him his life. And another team fight happening at Pit.
Yeah, a big engagement comes out there. Banoon is just dishing out damage, and that is a complete team annihilation. Flash, a Smilodon down for the count. Minions at the base. This is going to be a DJB victory.
A DJB victory indeed, secure into their pocket. I mean, we talk about this series with these 2 teams. It could be very swingy, and it could turn it into turn on a dime. And now with DJB Club, a comeback and another win secure in their pocket, looking at 1 more win to take themselves into the next seeding.
Yeah, but Flash Smilodon made the mistake of trying to chase DJB Club through that small crevice above the objective, which is this little bit of a tight fit. And unfortunately for them, God flashed in with his ultimate, his spin there. Zero used his ultimate, threw his bear at them. That's a stun. Then you have Eternal turn around on that Lady Shen to absolutely wipe them out and to clean up the entire party. Banoon turned around with their ultimate as well. That was just a well-organized, just anti-engage coming from DJB Club there, and unfortunately a surprised Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, I mean, not a single kill in the hands of Eternal, but she did so well with the amount of crowd control that she provides just with her skill set. When you're grouped up against something like Lady Gen, you must be afraid of the damage that she can bring, especially towards the later points of the game. A well-played game on the side of DJB Club, proving that they in fact have continued spiraling down their momentum.
Man, Flash Smiley. I know they're licking their wounds right now, but you have to be asking yourself, what can we do to be able to put this team away? I know they were very confident yesterday in their interview. They've got their full team, I believe, now, but it seems like every single draft they come up with, they're just 2 steps behind what DJB Club is able to offer up to them. There's just, I mean, I don't even, like, I'm sitting here, the HoK pick, I'm just like, yeah, that works. On paper, that makes sense. You've got somebody who can reset the towers. You've got somebody who's going to try to charge into your towers. Unfortunately, HoK cannot, Mwaji, as great as Mwaji is, just cannot be everywhere at once. And then once you charge into a tower, I mean, that's his cooldown. It's like, all right, boys, it's on you guys now. And then they just turn around 30 seconds later, get the same tower. Not just that, but I mean, some great engagements, and none more evidence than that last engagement by DJB, where they were able to turn it around. They saw the entire team squeezing into that little crevice above the objective, and I don't think you could have wrote a better engagement for them.
Yeah, and so far though in this series, we've seen taking the blue side and having that first pick is almost very important for the team to kind of go with their own strategy and not being the one to kind of react. And maybe that's what Flash Smiley needs for the next game, as they will take down the blue side and able to kind of come up with something of their own and have the opponent side react to it. And whether or not that is a factor into the win, Private, do you think taking first pick will help Flash Smiley come back from that loss?
I mean, it really kind of depends. I'm trying to think of what we saw, how victorious Flash Smiley was yesterday. The problem was yesterday, I mean, if we're being honest, they kind of crushed. They crushed so quickly and so dominantly. It's hard to kind of pick out, like, all right, they were successful because of this. They even went with some comfort picks. I think we saw a Marco Polo out there at one point, and they were just absolutely super dominant, and you don't really see him as successful usually. Here now they're facing a team that understands the draft, that understands the counters that they need to do, and I feel like they're thinking steps ahead. They're baiting out picks so that they can get what they want, or they'll see something and be like, we're gonna go ahead and pick when it comes to like the heavier tanks. They've shown that they can go with the heavier tanks. They can go with more of a support role. Even with the Liu Shan that we saw in the last game. I mean, they're very versatile in what they can offer out there, and maybe that's something that's a Flash Smiley needs to kind of be aware of. Or like we saw last week, maybe we just kind of stop with the counters and go with what we love, because that was successful for BYL last week, where they're just like, all right, you know what, stop with the counters, bro. This is what I like to play. This is what we're good at. We understand these heroes, and sometimes that actually works, because now you might face counters, but if you play that hero enough, you know, all right, this is what I have to do to kind of get around that counter and maybe extend this to a victory for us. We'll see what they go with. I mean, I'm not a coach, so I mean, kind of just throwing stuff at the wall. We're gonna see what actually sticks for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, as we progress into this tournament, we get to learn more about the players and their play style and their comfort picks, and what are some heroes that they shine on. We talked about for DJB Club, the Jing was really popping off last week, the Zhang Fei was popping off last week, and their mid laner also popping off last week with that Nuwa. But right now, looking at the standings so far, we are looking at one more game to DJB Club if they were to secure this year, potentially, and moving themselves back into the last seeding up against BYL. But Flash Smiley still has a chance. They can come back from this. They've shown us their strength, but maybe more precision and more carefulness with the draft is what they need for Flash Smiley, right? If we look at the previous games coming from both teams, yesterday's match, I would say it was a land still for Flash Smiley. They are crushing every team, but they're also making some mistakes throughout the early game, throughout the late game, and just going by kills, right? And when you're playing up against a team like DJB Club, that will cost you your life.
Yeah, the interesting thing is maybe the way that they kind of steamrolled some of those teams kind of set the expectations a little low for what they were expecting, and unfortunately kind of getting matched up here. However, I want to say DJB Club was in this position last week. They were ahead by 1. They had, I think the enemy had, I think it was BYL had 1, but BYL was able to turn it around at the end. Maybe that has something to do with the stamina that DJB has when it comes to some of these later drafts. Maybe they start getting a little bit overconfident. We'll see. But what I do know is that there has to be something picked up on the side of Flash Smilodon. They need a plan here to be able to counteract. I want to say some wonderful drafts, and not just drafts, but play style by DJB Club.
Yeah, I mean, they banned out the Junfei and the Dharma, the same bans as the previous game. We've seen Jane actually being first picked by Zero. We talked about how dominating his Jane is for Zero. What Flash Smilodon has here to respond to, we'll have to see, because we haven't really seen these assassin picks being target countered so far. Chicha locked in for Flash Smilodon. Last game, Chicha was actually doing really well in the laning phase and throughout the game. So I'm excited to see this Chicha being picked out. And it looks like Flowborn Tank will be the next pick for Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, the Flowborn Tank is a good pickup there, especially with the Jing on the other side, because you're going to have that CC to be able to lock them down. It's been a while since I've seen an Angela, but actually we're hovering over it. I'm not gonna be baited into it. So we're gonna talk about DRenje is gonna be picked up by the exactly on the farm side for a DJB Club, and a Aichi. Almost feels a little bit personal on the side of DJB. They saw the Baichi played there by Leo Lee last game, and they're like, you know what? We're gonna go ahead and show you how this character is played successfully. Familiar composition layout. Yeah, familiar composition here from Flash Smilodon here, where you got the 2 tank frontliners there, accompanied by the Lian Po. Especially, I feel like maybe that taking out the Zhang Fei, Zhang Fei with the skill that KT has, and it just really sets that double tank front line composition on fire and ablaze for Flash Smilodons. I feel like sometimes what we've been seeing is that when you take that out and you input something else like the Lapu, like the Lian Po, KT just doesn't have that same magic that makes it so successful for his team. We're going to see if it kind of manages here, especially because you've got a pretty decent amount of firepower with Pelican on this Chicha.
Yeah, unfortunately though, the Zhang Fei is banned by the side of JB Club, so we don't have that Zhang Fei as an option. So I think now Flash Smilodon has a very tanky composition so far. They need to kind of secure that damage in for their side for the late game carry, and we have to see if this Chicha is actually going to be laned up into the clash lane or the farm lane. It does seem like maybe Baichi is a good counter for the Chicha. I mean, we've seen that this picked up twice so far, this game and the previous game, so they might be cooking something right here. But now they're looking to lock in a mage potentially for Flash Smilodon. A lot of options, right? We see while Fuzi actually has been banned out all throughout this tournament, today he gets a spot to shine.
It's interesting that you bring up that Baichi actually might be a counter, because I actually don't know if it is a counter for Chicha. What I do know is that on the last game, these roles were reversed, and Chicha on DJB Club that got that very early kill onto Leo Lee. So maybe that kind of comes along with, I understand what the counter is. I'm not great on this hero, and unfortunately, having something that is so strong, even though you have a counter, if you don't know how to play that pick, you're gonna have some difficulties there. So I don't know if it is actually a counter there, but we'll see how it kind of picks up there. Leo Lee picking up the Fuzi pickup, and we have a Princess Frost on the field. Haven't seen that in a little bit. Kind of fulfills the same roles as a Lady Shen when I think about it, but we'll see how this kind of plays out.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Shen did a lot in the previous game, right? On the side of GB Club, they have the Jane for the damage, right? They have the Deer and Jia, who's actually really good just solo laning himself. But towards the late game, right? Flash Smydon actually has a lot of I would say actually damage-wise, maybe the side of DJB Club actually has the advantage on towards the late game. So it'll be a very interesting matchup this game. Some of the heroes that we've seen the teams picked up for themselves are actually pretty, at least unconventional for this tournament. So I'm excited to see these newer heroes come online and see how these players execute them on their side.
Yep. We're about to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Possibly game point here for DJB Club. Flash Smilodon needs to pull something out of their pockets to be able to kind of even this out. I'm going to be very eager to see how Mwaji is going to do on this Da Chao, just because I want to say Da Chao has a very unique skill set, a lot of CC there, but the biggest theme for a Da Chao is that ultimate, the Eye of the Whirlpool, where you can get your entire team teleported to one area. And we've seen when it comes to like these macro heavy games where you can get into that side lane very quickly, you immediately have your entire team there. That is some great pushing potential. 3 men versus 2 here. Flash Smilodon actually going to have to back up from the tower.
Yeah, I mean, we don't usually see Da Chao played in the mage position, right? She's more of a support hero, but this game she will be played into the mid lane on the hands of Mwaji. So it'll be very interesting to see how she kind of scales in and also uses her her skill sets to help the team as a utility and a support mage.
Yeah, and starting things off very, I want to say very safely are both teams. 3 members are rotating from Flash Smilodon. Now they're going to go ahead with a quick invade now that they've been able to secure their mid. This is what I want to see from Flash Smilodon, kind of delegating or where they're going on the map, even when it's in the enemy territory, to kind of they have that big grouping up there. But will it leave something open? Look at the damage onto God, already taken down to about 25% health there.
I mean, if you look at Demon Cat, he actually is walking there without a red buff. So it looks like Zero actually secured that early game invade and unsuccessfully Flash Smydon tried to invade Zero's jungle, but were not able to connect and decided to back off.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunate. Both teams here, I want to say 2 one-on-one specials here, but Da Chao coming in, Mwaji trying to get a little bit of suppressive force onto it. Dancing around does look like we're going to find an escape there for Banoon.
Yeah, Foods actually is one of the strongest, I would say, Clashner right now. That's why he's always banned, but a lot of, and there he goes, down into the
what? Oh, actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. You do see the Lian Po. KT sneaks away with 1% health, trying to mimic it. DJB get away or aren't able to find another kill there. A great job by DJB to, you see that rotation there. They waited for the Da Chao, waited for Mwaji to come back from that teleport back to base, and then absolutely unloaded on Mwaji, getting that first blood for them.
Yeah, I mean, both sides doing really well with the rotation. I would say DJB Club is just a little bit ahead, especially with the Jane actually getting a successful invade into the early game and getting his buffs as well, right? So great job coming in from both teams. And right now we are looking at the first Tyrant and Overlord spawning in just 40 seconds or so. So that will be a defining point of the game and how these teams actually group up for these and for the first official team fight.
Yeah, looking at about, there was about to be 4v1 at the bottom there. They decided against it. They're going to try to get themselves ready. They don't want to, I feel like they just want to be safe until this first objective spawns so that they can kind of get this team fight underway. Oh, a little bit of an engagement up at top, but yeah, Flash is just not able to find the openings that they want when they're going up against DJB here. You can see, like, I mean, even here, we got a big rotation. Zero's going to come in here. Are they going to be able to get him very low? Ooh, and a big turnaround there. We do have the Eye of the Whirlpool out, but it's not enough. And actually, Jing comes in, finds themselves a kill. That is 2-0 right now for Flash Smilodon, or for DJB, and not able to find an answer. They're looking for this Tyrant. That's going to go over to DJ. That's going to go over to Flash Smilodon. Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation there for DJB Club. Their jungler was not ready and not here, but they already started on to the Tyrant. And with Flowborn Tank, she's just able to rotate a little bit faster and secure that with the smite. So a great response coming in from Flash Smilodon, putting themselves actually still a little bit behind DJB Club, around 1K behind.
Yeah, with the teleports back on the bottom lane, that's going to leave this bottom lane open, wide open for DJB to be able to pick that up. And immediately you see the harassment starting to come from DJB in that bottom. We do have a mirror. Mirror domain is out onto Leo Lee, trying to battle it out, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get taken out. Two more members here looking to try to lock down a Zero, but he is just so slippery. Disappears like a thief into the night on that top lane.
Into the jungle, he moves like a ghost, right? So with Zero, we've seen how well he does on that Jhin. He's just playing a different game, and that's what happens when you let a Jhin just walk around the map with his buff and comfortably farm throughout the game. What can you really do up against a hero like that? I'm looking for a response from Flash Smilodon.
I mean, Leo Lee just planted his feet on that Foodsie and just started swinging away, hoping that he could be able to take it down. Unfortunately, that was not the plan, and Zero able to very quickly take him down, even with two of his members there. Oh, Big Papa comes over here. Eternal in trouble, gets taken out by the grouping of Flash Smilodon, putting them on the board. Finally, on the back end, down goes the Chicha, and a mirror domain able to find the mark. Mwaji is down underneath the tower, looking to get the pullback under 4-on-1, and down goes a Flash Smilodon. It is just Leo Lee alone, awake to tell the story of the domination that just happened at mid lane.
A decisive response and a quick cleanup, a 4-2-1 trade in favor of DJB Club, and that allows Jhin to secure another successful invade into Flowborn's jungle. And now the map wide open with the mid lane tower down in favor of DJB Club, and looking to take down the top lane tower once again.
Yeah, I mean, not only are they pushing, they're not even pushing as like this death ball that you usually see that is like super safe for them. They understand that they have the advantage, the numbers. Right now it's about a 5K gold lead for them at the 7-minute mark, so they're able to kind of split push as well to separate, to make sure they have maximum coverage on all of these lanes. Not just that, but Zero's able to do quick jobs cleaning up the Overlord by himself as well. So right now it just seems almost like doom for the side of Flash Smilodon, as they are just getting taken from all different directions, and you have to wonder where the focus is, where or how can we turn this around. Can we catch somebody slipping? Can we catch somebody in a mistake and possibly get the kill?
Yeah, looking at the gold, right? Zero is 2K gold ahead of the jungler on the side of Flash Smilodon. Demon Cat sitting there at 4.7K gold, while Zero is comfortably at 7 gold and very comfortably farming across the map and not being able to get caught, right? And Foods is not having a great game. 0-3-0, not doing what he planned to do, and maybe getting a little bit tilted as he tries to continuously put himself into these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like the thought was that Footsie could do a good job against Banoon, especially in the early to mid game. The problem is it's never just Banoon. Ooh, big nice pullback there. Does find the mark. Demon Cat taken down 8-1 in favor of DJB. But what I was saying is it's never just one. It's never just Banoon in the clash lane. It's always Zero being able to close the distance. In fact, they do such a great job of Banoon kind of baiting them, getting very low, and then in comes Zero to kind of clean up the rest of the members there, and Liu Li just not having a great game. Liu Li shines in those 1v1 type of encounters when you can isolate somebody out, not in those team fights where he's got more than one target that are kind of going at him.
And with a team like DJB, they understand the advantages that they have, right? Picking something like the J who's able to kind of solo farm in his lane, they understand that they need to provide more support. Zero needs to gank up into top lane to help Benoit and up against the Liu Li, and exactly that's what he did, rotating top constantly throughout the game and giving Fuzi a hard time and an early game tilt into his pocket.
We are at about an 8K gold deficit for the side of Flash Smilodin, and things are not looking pretty. I mean, 8K, so you imagine how these fights are going to go. So you don't have a team fight in you. You barely have, if you catch somebody out, you barely have the ability to take them down. If it's Zero, yeah, it's not even going to happen because of how mobile DJB has been on that hero. Zero is just is so flexible, so quick, so you're not going to be able to catch him. There's some other members out there, but I mean, they're doing such a great job of making sure they're getting these objectives, getting around the map, getting a lot of these tier towers, but a little bit of an answer back. I mean, we're pushing in the towers. We're not doing anything. We're not inactionable by the side of Flash Smilodin. Do you have a mirror image or a mirror domain down on the ground, looking to try to get some damage out there? They finally put down Zero, putting 2 on the board. Actually, DRenegade turning it around onto KT, and that is going to be 9-2 for DJB. I'm not sure if like that kill really does much to kind of dent the armor of DJB. They were still able to get the objective that they wanted. They were still able to get a kill that they wanted, and they still have a very firm grasp on the lead.
They have a firm grasp. They have a gold advantage. They've catapulted themselves in a decisive advantage in this game. And it seems like every team fight, they're not losing just yet, right? They're not falling that much behind. It takes a lot of manpower from the side of Flash Smilodin to really capture even one player on the side of DJB.
Pelican turned around in that bottom lane and absolutely unloaded, and Immortal tried to block that with his face and got put down. So, I mean, you got a couple more kills there for Flash Smilodin. Now starting to get your macro up on the bottom lane. You have the advantage of the Overlord as well, not just the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord. So you're going to have a big behemoth coming up at that top lane. Suddenly, things not looking so bad for Flash Smilodin. They were able to turn this around. I feel like DJB got a little greedy with a chase they had at the bottom lane, and Flash Smilodin turned that around. Pelican with a great ultimate, another ultimate coming out here too, catching 3 members. That's going to back them up away from this tower. You can see, trying to come in there. Big pop-ups come in. Down goes Banoon, but the tower, you have the mirror domain, is out, dealing out damage to 3 members. Is it enough? 1-to-1 apiece. Both teams have 4 members. Are they going to look to close this out? I know Flash Smilodin can sense the blood in the water, but you have to be patient. You have to look out for, this is still a very dangerous team that you are facing. Even though, actually got pulled back there. Is that going to be enough? Mirror domain is out. Down goes Mwauji, and that is going to give the chase there. KT uses his flash to get away. Zero in chase, looking to put the damage on. Is it going to be enough? It is not. Comes back in there. Zero has not given up. Down goes KT. Pelican, or actually that wasn't Pelican. That was Demon Cat gets taken out. They just continue to chase, and there is not much that Flash Smilodin can do.
I'm Zero in for the chase. I almost thought he went a little bit too deep into enemy territory, but he does secure that kill and gets his team back to an advantage. I mean, Flash Smilodin was able to actually close down the gold gap down to about 0, but now Demon, with that one chase by 0, they're bringing themselves back to a strong foothold into the game and pushing into the enemy base.
Yeah, now we're going to see if they can actually continue on with that push or get it turned around on them.
Yeah, with something like the DNJ, right, he's able to crush down and and shred the health bar of the tower so quickly. So if you have DNJ pushing down your base and no response, it'll be very dangerous, and the game could end very quickly, right? So looking at the map, it seems like pretty even on both sides. It could be anyone's game, and at this point of the game, the goal difference is not the most significant factor into a team's win.
Yeah, and you see now that DJB did notice are going to go ahead try to go for the objective. They turned around onto Flash Smilodon. 2 points of origin here where they're trying to fight it off. Down goes the Chicha. 3 down for the side of Flash Smilodon. They are able to answer back with a kill of their own. But you can see Mwaji and Liuli running for the hills. I think that might be it for Fuzi. Liuli gets taken out. There's only one more member for Flash Smilodon. Minions marching down the mid lane in tow with Immortal, with Guide. They have a win on their mind. It's just one member. He tries. He gets back underneath. The core is down. DJB take down Flash Smilodon and move on to our final series of the night.
Oh man, I mean, Flash Smilodon really gave it their best shot, right? They tried so hard to close out that game. Having a dacha like that, they're trying to find those sneaky plays to end the game quickly, but DJB Club with the response and with that one successful team fight, they're able to clean up the game and close things up, and a decisive victory coming in for DJB Club.
There was a lot of great engagements there for DJB Club, especially once they locked eyes onto Mwaji. They did such a great job of focusing fire, making sure that, I mean, Mwaji had like 2 seconds max to figure out, can I get a portal down? Can I try to retreat? And it just wasn't enough because they were very quick and very decisive in making sure that he wasn't able to get any of those advantages for Flash Smilodon. A great job. Flash Smilodon did have those little hopes at the end there, able to kind of turn around a few of these fights. But man, let's talk about that not the last engagement, the last 2 engagements that were happening at once. One at the Tyrant's objective there, they kind of turned around there, and then at the base trying to fight off. So, oh man, it's so hard to try to juggle 2 different fights at once. And unfortunately for Flash Smilodon, they lost both of them.
Yeah, I mean, they gave it their best shot, right? They tried to find the sneaky place with picking up something like the dacha into the mid lane, some unconventional strategies, trying to secure that win, trying to crush down the base crystal just with the sliver of health it lives. And unfortunately for Flash Smilodon, DJB Club still reigns superior in this week's tournament, but not to say Flash Smilodon, they still have another chance to victory, to glory in the upcoming games next week. Now, looking at the standings, with that victory for DJB Club, they've secured their spot as the second seeding of this Phase 3 matchup, and an upcoming game they will play against BYL, once again returning into battlefield against the champion of the opening qualifiers.
Yeah, it's the grudge match of the acronyms. It is DJB taking on BYL to see which nomenclature reigns supreme in our top 2. We've already seen before, well, last week, what happened. BYL very successful when able to be put on some of their more comfortable heroes. Can they duplicate that again here tonight?
Yeah, can they duplicate their success? I mean, it looks like the previous game was actually quite similar to the series last week, right? They were able to secure 1 or 2 games for Flash Smilodon, but ultimately DJB Club was the stronger team, and they came on top. And now they're moving forward once again to get the revenge that they want up against the victors last week, right? So we're really excited to see how the next lineup comes into play as we take a short break, and we'll see you back with the second series of the day.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. always admire.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
And we are back, everyone, to the NAKA Season 1, Day 2, Week 2 of the Arena stage. I'm your caster, Liz, alongside Private Answer for the second series of Phase 3's match.
The time has come. We are at the tippy top of the mountain on our Sunday evening here. The top two teams of North America about to get ready to duke it out face to face.
Yeah, duking it out indeed. Returning to the spot and looking at the tournament format, right? We had the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 yesterday with Flash Smilodon coming on top through the round robin as the challenger of this week. But unfortunately, they were not able to defeat the previous runner-up in their previous matchup. And now DJB Club will move forward to take on the champion last week.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Flash Smilodon, a heavy road that they had to compete through yesterday into today. But let's show you what all these teams are fighting for. It is a giant pass. Oh, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the prize pool. Kind of got ahead of myself. $6,000 and 62,500 tokens for these players. And like you mentioned, Private, Flash Smilodon unfortunately was not able to compete for this prize pool until the end, as this week's winner will be looking at $1,000 and 10,000 tokens, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big thing for every single team. Every single week, you have a new opportunity to get to the top of this mountain and win that $1,000, that 10,000 tokens. But as we move on into the playoffs, rewards grow even bigger. First place will be walking away with $2,000 and 12,500 tokens, and the rest of the prize pool dispersed as you see on your screen. A lot to be hungry for if you're one of these teams, especially these last two teams we have up here that are about to compete in a few moments.
Yeah, a lot to look out for these teams, and very rewarding for the top contender, right? If you're in the top spot, you get a lot in your pocket. And with that being said, right now, the top spot is taken in by BYL with their team members in the Clash lane, Jiwei Shen in the Clash lane, in jungle 27557. In the mid lane, it will be Ice. As Rome will be Xuan, and as gold lane will be Qin, and the standby will be 06.
Man, I gotta tell you, the only thing bigger about the skill that team comes with is the complication in their names. Here, more familiar, DJB Club in the Clash lane will be Banoon. On the jungle will be Zero. Mid lane will be taken up by Eternal. The Roam will be taken up by God, and our farm laner will be Immortal. We just got a sneak peek at how these guys come together, the compositions they can come or bring out, and the skill level that they have. But will it be enough to topple the mountain they have yet to cross? Weren't successful last week. Maybe there's some changes that they're going to be making this week for it.
I mean, it was pretty close, right? This is the King of the Hill format. They were pretty close to climbing on top of the mountain and defeating it. They had a full 5-game series last week. We saw the games go into the distance. So this week, it could be anyone's game. We'll have to see right now. Looking at the current standings with that victory, DJB Club 3-1, defeating Flash Smilodon, bringing them back into the arena stage and securing their spot as the runner-up team. And now they will match up against BYL, the previous champion from last week.
Yeah, and I want to say the big difference here this week than last week is DJB Club pretty fresh. When it came to last weekend, they had to go through the entire gauntlet of the Phase 1, Phase 2, and then compete in Phase 3. So maybe a little bit of stamina issues. Like, I mean, it kind of wears on you playing all that time, all that pressure that's on you. Here, I want to say much fresher team for both of these guys. We're going to see if that has an impact on this next series.
Yeah, especially for DJB Club last week, they had to play one game of Phase 2 into Sunday's matches. So they definitely had to play at least 5 games before they even matched up against BYL. So this time they had a better start to their evening, right? So we have to see if they're able to kind of clean up their mistakes last week and learn more about their opponent and their play style and their comfort picks, right? Like you mentioned, BYL last week, their victory actually leaned on their comfort heroes like the Agoda and like the heroes that they pulled out. And this week, I think with DJB's confidence that we've seen in the first series, they're ready for that fight and they're ready to play into and counter up against BYL's comfort zone.
I mean, it honestly could be anybody's game. Like you said, you already brought it up. We went the full distance last weekend. So both of these teams understand they can go back and forth. It was just those slight little changes that they made to their game plan that were able to see them successful. But I mean, it's anybody's game here at the top. Do you continue to go with some of those, I want to say, the comfort picks that you like? You talked about the Aguda. I have yet to see something super successful against it yet. We saw them try. We saw the Hano tried, pulled out there. But was that a problem with the Hano pick itself, or was that a problem with the actual player and the composition that was surrounding it? Was that something that that could have done a lot better with a different composition that was more able to let the Hano traverse the map to get around a lot faster? It's kind of hard to tell, but what right now that has been a successful strategy for most teams that use it.
I mean, honestly, right now with the Agudo, she's found a lot of success through this tournament. I can't think of one game that the Agudo being picked out and actually losing. At least the early game, I don't even think there's one game that she's not successful in. So I think the teams that have picked out the Agudo are very comfortable with it and understands how to use the Agudo pick to really master out the macro rotation for its team. So far she's found a lot of success, and especially for BYL, Agudo is one of their most comfortable heroes. I mean, they do have a lot of national champion heroes. I mean, with something like that, right? You have grinded yourself into that spot, so you understand exactly how to play this hero into different comps, into different strategies. So having that open for a team like BYL will be very dangerous waters for DJB Club.
Yeah, but you have to understand. You have to assume that you're going to be kind of expecting that type of composition from them. So, I mean, is there something that you're going to adjust, or are you going to kind of come back with the same game plan? We'll see. Yeah. And for the side of DJB Club, right, we've seen how successful Zero's Jing is. I mean, if BYL is even watching the games previously, Zero can just 1v3. And if you don't have a counter, you don't have an answer for this Jane, you are looking and setting yourself up for not failure, but at least a rough patch that your team has to look out for. So I think so far into this tournament, we haven't really seen teams really prioritize getting these counters in for the assassin picks, right? They kind of lean into either having a more tanky comp to not let these assassins go freely into and dive and just one shot their carries. But we haven't really seen the specific hero counters pulled out. Besides the Xiao Qiao, I really like the Xiao Qiao pick one game up against the Luna. So maybe we'll see that as we take a short break and we'll come back to this exciting and exhilarating series.
we are back, guys, and running straight into the draft. And from what we heard, the players are actually going to do an unofficial global ban pick. So they will be keeping track with the heroes that they picked, and we only get to see one team pick out the heroes once. So that will be a quick switch up for the series, Private.
Yeah, better them to keep track than me trying to scribble down all the picks that they went in to figure out what is not available. But yeah, that's awesome. That's actually kind of awesome, especially here at the tippy top, the top two teams here. If they both agree to be able to do global draft, more power to them. It gives us more to work with, and it gives us, especially the viewers, a lot more heroes for you guys to see out there in this best of 5. Like we said, there's a lot of different strategies that can come out from this, and there's so many different heroes that have so many different abilities. Excuse me. It really brings into all these different swaths of different strategies that you can kind of bring to it. So it's going to be a very interesting series.
Yeah, I definitely did just level up the complications on our side. So we really have to step up our game to cast something like a global ban pick and understand what the heroes and keep track of what the teams actually played out, right? But I do think it's a great start, and it shows the competitiveness of the players, right? So on the side of DJB Club, we see this long getting picked out, and the fatigue we haven't seen so much yet, but it does seem like Zero will be leaning into securing his comfort pick first game into this global ban pick 5-game series.
Yeah, but they're going to be going up. BYL pick up that double D of Doom. It's going to be Dune and Dolia picked up there for them. And it is a huge composition here that, especially once you allow the Dune to get that ultimate back from the Dolia and the healing that you have, it's going to be he's going to be a one-man tanking machine.
Yeah, definitely a combo pick there for the side of BYL, but I do like a lot of meta heroes actually. Chicha getting locked in for BYL. They're using up a lot of these more meta comms early on, but that might just help build the momentum for the teams as they look to kind of garner each win into their pocket, and that just puts them ahead up against each other, right? And honestly, for both of these teams, I would say they've definitely had a lot of experience with this game. Maybe for the side of DJB, they've played and climbed up that Chinese server, so they have a lot of experience with this game. And for BYL, they have a lot of meta heroes and a lot of acclaim with their heroes, but whether or not they are able to execute it and actually use it into the series will be now for us to find out as they decided to go in with this global ban pick. So very exciting for sure. We see the Mai getting banned out on the side of DJB. A great mid lane right now, taken off the map for BYL. Foods is getting banned out as well. We didn't see Foods have a very successful game in the previous series, but he's definitely a menace that you need to watch out for in that Clash lane.
Yeah, he kind of comes online a little bit later in the in some of the series that we've seen here right now. I like the DJB. They remember from last week, so Agudo, they're not even going to take a chance with that kind of coming online. They're going to immediately take that off here. I want to say that it's kind of a very flexible kind of compositions we have from both. The Dune and Dolia will be able to have a great time on the front line when it comes to BYL. You're going to have the Chicha on the backside with the suppressive fire, able to really unload on them. Here, DJB Club, you've got a decent amount of firepower and anti-engage. When it comes to a long, he's going to be able to use that ultimate to get himself out of harm's way, and Zero has just shown how strong and mobile that he can be on a Jing pickup.
Yeah, and I want to go back to this Mai ban, right? Last week we did get to talk to some of the players on the side of BYL, and Mai is actually the national champ for their mid lane. So definitely DJB has been keeping track and maybe tuning into that interview and understanding what heroes that they should look out for and they should be prepared for.
Oh, and it does look like DJB Club going to kind of go with something a little bit more comfortable. Lian Po going to be picked up. We've talked about the way that they kind of favor some of those heavier frontliners when it comes to their roam position. And right now, BYL kind of settling up on that farm lane. Oh, I like that they picked up the Haya as well. You take Maya Shiranu off the board, you need something else early game to kind of really give you that advantage. And Haya is the next one on the list of how fast that they're going to be able to clear. And then once you get that ultimate, I expect from BYL to see that once you get that ultimate, immediately going in, trying to find those squishier targets, get in there, get that ultimate locked onto them, and be able to clean them up.
Yeah, for sure. For BYL's lineup that we see so far, they are looking to finish this game early, right? They have more of the macro heroes like DRNJ, who's able to shred down the towers and kind of be a solo laner into his lane, so allows his team to get that early game advantage and disrupt Jane of her farm. And on the side of DJB, they have the Jane and they have the Long that needs a lot of farm to really get to snowball and get the items that they need to show their power towards the mid and late game and get the potential they have. So I definitely think that for DJB, their win condition is to get to that mid and late game and make sure that Jing has a comfortable farm. And for BYL, they have to let's disrupt that. And how they play out, we'll have to see as we walk into the first game of this series.
Yeah, just like you said, we're kind of leaving it alone in the mid lane. Immediately, Ice is going to be able to clear that out. You see how quickly you're able to get from that lane and be able to kind of at least harass here or get some vision and information for your team. Ooh, even able to steal away a big piggy from DJB immediately already, kind of letting them know that they're going to be a force that you're going to need to be dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge in the early game, disrupting Jing a little bit on his farm. His heroes are already there, rotate there, trying to get that piggy, but unfortunately, Ice was just better with aiming her skills. So not too much of a clash happening yet. We see 2v2 here down into the bot lane, making sure that this Long gets the protection that he needs to lane up against a DRNG and get the farm that he needs to come online.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Dune and Dolia here, but right there, I mean, you already saw a little bit of freeze already happen. Eternal able to kind of snag that on from this Lady Shen. And that's going to be I want to say a shadow of things to come when it comes to a lot of these team fights. Is about BYL going to be able to kind of close the distance on that Dune to be able to be effective without just getting frozen and immediately shut down by DJB?
Yeah, and on the top lane, we see Byron actually pushing in the tower into the Chicha. Not too much action happening yet in the laning phase for these teams, but right now for DJB, they just need to have the farm onto Jinx. He needs to get his items, get to level 4, and be prepared to rotate across the map and put pressure onto the side lanes.
Oh, I was going to say there was a little bit of a freezing lane happening up at top. You saw BYL doing a good job making sure the minions are on his side of the map, but an immediate invade coming from DJB, which meant that they needed to kind of turn around and see what all the focus was in their jungle here. DJB trying to defend it, but BYL doing a great job. Big pop-up lands there on to Ice, but no worse for wear is either team. Both teams doing a good job, very respectful of each other's damage and the distance that they're able to close.
And quick reaction coming in from BYL, right? They immediately noticed the invade coming in from DJB. They noticed the red buff is gone, and knowing that Jane has to prioritize her own blue buff, they just took that time and quickly reacted to invade Jane's red buff. So a great counter engage invade coming in from BYL. Very responsive, and they just understand the game a lot.
Yeah, up at the top, 2v1, DJB trying to put the boots onto BYL's tower there. But we're going to see a quick teleport down to mid, doing a great job trying to get that macro around the map. Actually, big pop-up here actually might be a little bit of a problem here. And a 27 in trouble. Look at the health he's able to get back, the value of Dune from BYL. A great job, or from 27 there, able to withstand the pressure in there. All the health he was able to regen from that engagement.
And very quick rotation coming in from Dolia, right? She understood the assignment and she quickly rotated back on top, but a little bit of a damage coming in from the low onto the bot lanes. Now the first turret has spawned and it looks like both teams are hungry for it.
Yeah, you don't have the ultimate from Juan anymore. 27's going to need he doesn't have his ultimate anymore either. And those are two big cooldowns. They're still able to get the first Tyrant. DJB not able to kind of answer back in. Ooh, actually was he able to see. He stole it. 27 comes into the enemy jungle. 3 members nailing down onto him. But on the side, Juan right there to help him with some of that healing. And he gets away scot-free.
Scot-free indeed, what a beefy boy is doing. Just walking around the jungle fearless, but unfortunately Haya does get taken down before she even can proc her ultimate.
Oh yeah, Ice A gets taken down. Ice gets taken down. Schwan gets taken down as well too. It seems like DJB, man, they are angry. They did not like that one bit Dune going into their jungle and able to get away here. Not being able to turn around here, trying to put on the damage. Down goes a Banon or Banoon and DJB Club kind of on the back foot. They do have a kill over BYL, so they were able to answer back correctly. It's just for right now, when it comes to 27 on this dude, Juan's doing such a great job being in a great position to help out with the healing, to keep those cooldowns up as well.
Yeah, have you seen the goal difference between the individual heroes, right? Even though across the map, DJB Club has an advantage, and they also have an advantage on the Jane, on the lone, and being able to outfarm their opponent and getting any bit of gold ahead will be very important in the next team fight.
Yeah, the interesting thing is they're a little bit ahead. DJB is just a little bit ahead, about 1K gold lead. However, that is all on one person. That is all on Zero, on that Jing, and while everybody else is basically even with their opponents. So I want to say Zero doing just a great job right now, continuing to get that farm, continuing to make sure that he's going to be that menace at the mid lane. But another objective here, going to see if DJB actually have enough to contest this down to 10%. And it was stolen. God comes in. He doesn't even have the smite. He's able to find the damage there, and BYL have to be scratching their heads there. How are you going to let a roam take that objective from you? And down goes Ice underneath the tower. They have laid on the suppressive fire. DJB going to have to run away from this flank as you see 27 coming in from the side. A great job right now, DJB 4-1 and starting to eke their way ahead, creating that distance in the gold lead right now. And BYL trying their best. They clean up their jungles, making sure that there's not much for DJB to come in and steal from them. Oh,
yeah, I mean,
just as I say that,
another pop-up coming in. I think that the GA was actually stunned. That's why he wasn't able to proc that smite and get that overlord into his pocket. But a great response coming in from DJB Club, now sitting pretty comfortably ahead, 2K gold ahead of their opponent, and sitting at 4 kill, 4-1.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's just narrowly 2K gold lead, and DJB is doing a great job kind of macroing up down. They do have some great tower presence as well, able to push the bottom lane. Now looking like they're going to push the mid lane as well. Zero doing a great job dashing back and forth. Mirror domain laid onto the ground. BYL powerless to stop it as that mid tower goes down. They are up to only tier 2 towers, 3 towers down for their team.
Yeah, and that's what happens, right? I mean, we saw with the red buff, 4-man actually trying to secure that with the pressure that DJB is putting onto the team. And actually, Dolia is the one who gets the red. So sometimes, like, even though you're not able to invade the enemy's jungle, just by putting pressure, you allow mistakes to happen. And you have to force the enemy team to be put so much effort and resources onto securing one buff.
I think I mean, right now it is in favor of DJB, but you can see here that the gold on the side of BYL is going where it needs to. It's going to Xing. It's going to it's also going to the Chisha as well. So you've got the D-Renje, that's two, I want to say one of them is a half marksman, but two marksmen, two ranged heroes that eventually are going to be able to output a ton of damage. You match that up with 27 and Zhuan able to kind of keep up the dude in the middle. They need to close this up quickly before we can start getting these items on to BYL. DJB need to be very aware of how this can turn around onto them. Here, they're trying to keep on with this pressure. You can see a big tankiness coming in as 27 comes in, puts on some damage, able to keep that regen up, gets popped up. The rest of the team coming in from the side. Down goes Aya again. Ice down for the count. 27 in the mid, looking for that unruly blade, does get himself out to safety. The rest of his team so low, looking for an avenue of escape. They do find it, only lose one person in the process, but on the backside, it does look like Zero able to scoop himself up another kill onto Zhuishing.
And on the side of DJB, as you mentioned, the Long and the Jing coming online, getting the items and getting and outbursting immense damage, pressuring BYL to go back to their base. And that's what you want to see from a Long, right? Putting in so much damage, because as you mentioned, Chicha and Virenjie, although they might lack some damage towards late game against the Long, but they have so much push potential, having two essentially marksmen on your side.
Yeah, just like that, DJB cleanly able to pick up the Tyrant. That's going to be a big amount of damage. They need to keep on this pressure. I feel like the later and later it goes, the more of an opportunity you have for this dude and Dolia combo to pay dividends. Once they're in that fray, once they're able to take all that damage, and you're allowing this Chicha, you're allowing this D-Renje to just fire on your team, it's going to be problems. We're not at that point just yet. I want to say a clear advantage for DJB right now, but they do need to close it up. They are starting to slow down just a bit. Engagement comes in here. Crimson buff looks like it was stolen away from BYL. No answer from them as DJB goes ahead and gets away.
Yeah, I mean, Jun is not having a great game with securing his buffs. He's not having his red and as his shield for a few minutes into this game already. And now it looks like the team fight is just leaning in favor of DJB, and as it should with their lineup, and going towards the mid lane, a mid to late game with Long coming online and Jane having a great game farming across the map.
Yeah, you can see BYL, they're trying to find these little opportunities to find a nice little pop-up there. Lands 27, finds two members, but his team's still kind of behind and not in a great position to help him out. 27 comes in, trying to find the damage. Look at all the pop-ups that land onto 27 on that dude, but they go deep onto the back line to find the squishier members. Down goes a Xing, and they're gonna find another kill. How surgical DJB Club is here with taking down the squishier marksman first and then turning their attention to the rest of the members. That is just a great, I want to say, target focus coming from DJB.
Target focus indeed. They definitely do not need an invitation for their continuous aggressions. Now they're already putting pressure down into the crystal, deep into enemy base. And will this be the team fight they need to clean this game up?
DJB Club with a first victory over BYL. Very dominant. I want to say not even too much of an answer back from BYL.
An incredible game played in by the DJB. We did see Zero on his comfort pick, but they understood their win condition. They were able to continuously exert dominance onto the map and securing one buff after another and putting BYL back into their base. And with that being said, DJB takes down the first game and putting themselves on the map.
Now, this raises an interesting point because both of these teams have agreed to do global ban. Have we wasted, did we maybe stack the deck too high on DJB Club to where we don't have some awesome picks for the rest of our games? Or on the side of BYL, did we possibly waste some great picks when it comes to the Dune and Dolia combo, the Chicha damage that you get, the early game from the Haya? Did we just waste all of that on a potential loss here? I guess we'll find out. And like I said, hats off to these teams for agreeing to do their own global ban here to make it a little bit more interesting here. However, DJB Club, you saw very firm, very slow and methodical, but they never really lost the lead, kept that advantage and closed this game quickly.
I mean, with an even mid to late game comp, they were able to close that game within around the 13-minute mark. So even before the late game objective spawn, so they definitely played a very dominating game. And now with BYL, like you mentioned, they took out some of these combos that we see, right? Dun, Dolia, Chicha off the map for themselves. Haya not having a great game. We didn't see Haya pop her ultimate, not even once throughout the game. Maybe it was paused, but it's just not captured on camera. But so far from what we see on camera, she was not able to put anyone in her pit, and that brought her to the grave. So now with all these options off the map for BYL, what do they have in their pocket, right? Are we going to continuously see DJB ban out the something like the Aguda? That will be for us to find out.
I mean, I definitely don't think we saw too much coming out from Ice on the high. I mean, there's so many opportunities where Ice was one of the first ones picked off, and DJB just did such a great job. Like I said at the end there, focusing on the target. Once they locked onto one of the squishies, it was all members just throwing auto attacks, whatever they could to bring it down quickly. And unfortunately, that's what happens with a Haya if you're not able to really sink your teeth in once you get that level 4. Like I said, it's one of those heroes that once you get it, you need to be immediately proactive and coming at the enemy team.
Yeah, you need to really at least disrupt the enemy team of their synergy, right? You might not just kill someone into your pit, but you have to be able to utilize that. And we'll have to see what these teams have in store for us as we walk into the draft for the second game.
Very excited to see. Like I said, it's always exciting when the teams decide themselves that they want to do a global ban, because now you get to see all these different pickups here. Maybe we're not going to see some of the same bans that we've been seeing. Maybe even we get to see that Dharma come out there. You talked about the Agudo is one of the favorite picks of a BYL. Does that get to come out here? And do we get to see the counter? That's the one thing that's interesting to me, because as far as these games have gone, Agudo is this unstoppable wrecking ball, quote unquote, for that nobody can really handle. It's almost on the level right now with what we saw from Zero's Jing. The Jing is just absolutely unstoppable, especially with how that was played in that last game.
Yeah, a great ban coming from both sides, right? BYL understood that DJB took out the Long in the previous game, and another great contender right now will be the Arlie, taking off Chicha as well on the map, because DJB can still utilize that Chicha, and it's such a flexible pick, being able to go the Clash and also the Marksman as well. And from DJB Club, they do not want to let the Mai Shiranui walk even close into the lineup for BYL, taking it off again, and maybe potentially we'll get to see a Agudo ban as well. But looks like they're leaving that open for grabs.
Yeah, Zhang Fei picked up a BYL, very familiar pick from what we've been seeing here. But the interesting thing, that's going to be the only time they're going to be able to pick up the Zhang Fei. So we're going to have to start kind of spreading out that love for our heavy tanks and that double front line that we usually see with some of these compositions. Still waiting on some of the next picks there. Looks like Byron was taken off the board by DJB. Ogren picked up by a 0. And that's going to be matched. That's going to be paired up with the Diadea.
So another great combination getting in store for DJB, getting that Diadea. But as we speak, the Aguro walks right into the draft for BYL. So that will be their chance to shine. And this should be the game that they take it.
Almost got me with hovering over that dodgy pick. I'm like, oh no, that's gonna kind of come out. So this is gonna be, if there's gonna be a counter, I would definitely like to see it here, because BYL, they have a very tanky front line. This is meant to go. This is meant to tower dive. I mean, there's no way around it. You've got the Zhongfei. You can have the Unbridled Outburst out there as well. You're gonna have the Agudo. You're gonna be able to throw your bear underneath the tower, and there's just really not much that DJB can do with the current lineup to counter that. I see the Halo. Okay. We're going to see that. Is it going to be able to be played more successfully than what we saw from Flash Smilodon?
I mean, Halo with Flash Smilodon, we still see it do the deeds that it was supposed to with a few towers, right? But the problem was just the amount of pressure, amount of push that Agudo can put onto the map. You can't be there for every single tower dive. So you need to not fall that much behind towards the late game to let Agudo and the team snowball like that. But if BYL is looking to have a game and return to the seat, this will be the game. They have their comfort pick, they have the Agudo, they have a strong mage lane as Nuwa in for the late game security and for that crowd control. So this will be the game that they want to secure in their pockets.
Yeah, as we go on with some of these bands, we do see that the Chano taken off the board. Fuzi, I mean, we haven't seen it as successful. Yeah, I do like him in his 1v1 scenarios, but that's going to be taken off. And this just kind of, like I said, kind of brings out, once teams agree that they want to do the global ban, there's a lot of these different bans that you kind of start seeing out there because of the different combinations that can come out. And looks like Fatigue going to be picked up by DJB. They want that dominance in that Clash lane.
Yeah, Fatigue is still a very viable hero to play in the Clash lane, although suffers some nerfs, but still is very dominating, a dominating force in the Clash lane. And BYL here looking to match the aggression and still deciding on what they want to put in for that marksman role. I mean, they played the DRNG, they banned out the Channel, they banned out the Arlie, they banned out the Charlotte, and now they have a few options, right? They can actually go long. Long is the option for them, and last time they took DRNG, so they still have the opportunity to secure that long, and that long is what they lock in.
Yeah, I saw them hovering over Mengia. I'm like, man, that's a pick I haven't seen in a very long time. But they go with something a little bit more familiar. They're gonna have the Guan Yu and the Lung, so they're gonna have a little bit of a. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to attack from a lot of different angles. I'm trying to see if do we have anything on the side of DJB to really kind of withstand that backside push that's going to be coming. They're just going to need to be very careful about the flanks that are going to come in from BYL. I mean, if we have to lean one way, BYL has a very strong draft here.
I mean, absolutely, they have the macro play coming in from the Agudo pick. They have the late game insurance with the Nuwa and the Lon if they're able to get the farm that they need and return to and put us into the late game. But Consort Yu is actually still a late game marksman. She's also a solo marksman. She doesn't lose lane to a lot of heroes. So with Consort Yu being picked, I don't think laning phase will be too problematic for Consort Yu, especially she is also somewhat of a counter to Lon. Her second skill has a 1.5 second immunity to all physical attack, so she has a lot in her pocket. I think it's a great response coming in from DJB. So how these two teams will actually execute their draft and their win condition, we'll have to find out. I'm very excited to see the Agudo coming back into power, especially in the hands of BYL.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time to watch to see if we're going to be able to kind of counter this very well from these guys as we move into match 2. BYL trying to even the odds against the DJB here. Like I said, both of these teams, a little bit of a handshake when it comes to these matches, made sure that they're going to be doing global draft themselves. 3 members coming in from DJB. And actually looking to put on the damage. Zero in trouble, gets pushed back, and that's going to be a first kill immediately for BYL. Zero, I want to say, overstating his health just a little bit there. Ooh, and a little bit of a turn back there. Juan might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but able to find himself and escape. Unfortunate start for DJB.
Oh, I mean, you talked about handshake. That was not just a firm handshake. That was an aggressive handshake. And Ogwan just leaned too deep into the friendliness and actually died one time. But it does put him behind on his farm. Still no invade coming in from BYL. So he's still able to kind of get the buff. Now securing his red buff and looking to come back towards the blue. But definitely Agudo is way ahead of the Ogwan, already rotating to the clash lane.
I like the composition coming from BYL because of the yes boxes that we have on that side. Early game, you're going to have the Agudo being able to dive underneath the towers, and while you're waiting for like Zhuishing and Xing on the Lung, on the Guan Yu to start getting their items that they need. Are we going to have something from DJB that can even counter any timeline on this game, whether it comes from the pushing of the towers or what they're going to be able to bring in that mid and late game when you have a flanking cavalry from Guan Yu?
Yeah, we can see that the Tongster is actually going together with the Long to get some experience from these farm lane. I mean, with a Tongster, you do want her to get ahead and get towards the late game because she is still a very strong late game marksman hero. For her to come online will definitely put DJB get the damage that they need to be able to match up against aggression coming in from BYL.
Yeah, we can see nobody ever really able to get those ganks just yet. I mean, sans that early game, I want to say, aggression that came out from DJB, both the teams being very measured, waiting for these objectives to come out. You can already see just the tankiness from 27 there, already trying to spray some damage there on to the mid lane. Getting very close here, both guys rotating, and nobody really taking that extra step, that little bit of risking that safety they have by trying to go into enemy jungle. Even when there was a little bit of advantage from BYL, they didn't invade, which is a little uncharacteristic for a team that has been so well when it comes to some of these early kills and knowing when they have an opportunity to kind of like jump in and steal some minions away from them. Now, 32 seconds left for these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, with Ogwan, right, he's already put behind in his farm rotation in the early game, so he's not looking to invade. And with the Agudo pick, he's better, I would say, to even put pressure onto the side lanes, and that's exactly what he's doing. Not putting too much pressure, but definitely rotating all across the map, getting his jungle and being prepared for this upcoming objective that's just spawning in just 10 seconds.
No, you see there, now they're going to go ahead, try to keep some distance there from BYL, but I want to say they're being flanked here. It's a little bit of a sandwich here from coming from BYL. DJB might not realize big unbridled outburst comes up from one end, then from the other end, the pushing coming from Eyes on that Nua. Annihilation comes out, teleport comes in as well. The rest of DJB does have to disengage. Mission successful. They might not have got the kills, but they definitely got the surprise onto DJB.
Yeah, and that's the value you get from having a jump fade, right? A big pop-up comes in and you just push the enemy off the base and Diadea goes down with one slipper of health.
Yeah, that was a little crazy. I was kind of wondering what God was doing over there. When you're that low, I mean, you shouldn't be risky trying to get some vision on there, especially with a Guan Yu on the enemy team who can close the distance so quickly on you. Unfortunately, that's going to raise the kills on the side of BYL to 2-0. Not exactly a high kill game, but I want to say a BYL executing what they need to get these objectives and try to force pushes onto these towers.
But I would say Fatih is doing pretty well in the clash lane. He actually took down one tower, opening the map slightly for his team. And with the Agura this game, he's actually Agura not doing that much in terms of pushing and putting pressure on the lanes. They're actually one tower behind, but still ahead in the gold league, especially with the kills and the tower that they secured.
Yeah, interesting point too. Yeah, you're absolutely right. In the early game, you usually expect a lot of that flanking, diving underneath the tower, and being able to kind of really be able to enforce that macro. They're actually kind of behind when it comes to the macro because of how well, I want to say DJB doing a great job of making sure that when these engagements happen, they're also clearing out the minions. They want to make sure that even if they do lose, even if they do take a death, you're not going to have minions to be able to push onto this tower either way. So I want to say a great job by DJB when it comes to trying to protect it, trying to keep the 27 at bay on the Segudo pick.
And looking at the map, right, there's always someone pushing it down the lane, as you mentioned, from the side of DJB. Hauser, you actually able to secure another tower for his team and opening up the map, actually stealing a buff from the Agudo. Not the game that 27557 was expecting.
Yeah, and this is the amazing thing. This is kind of like shades of what we saw from the last game. I feel like BYL have a composition that really shines as you go moving into the mid and late game. Gudo was supposed to secure that early game, but he's really kind of being shut down here. All the while, DJB very quickly, the macro on their side is immaculate. They're able to get both side lanes. Now BYL has to start answering this. They can't come into a lot of their fights with the entire group unless it's timed perfectly. And now DJB is free to just really focus on this mid lane.
Yeah, and you know, that's a great point, right? I mean, they understand that with Agudo, the scary thing is if you let him put too much pressure and just take down tower after another. So with Hano in the mid lane defending that, they want to make sure that every lane has someone to clear out the lane fast and make sure that the minions are pressuring and helping them secure their towers. And exactly that's what they're doing. And while doing that, they're actually not falling too far behind on the kill and objective department.
Yeah, and you just saw there a little bit of an example of it. BYL was going to go ahead and try to push onto the top tower. DJB, Banoon activated that ultimate from Fatih and just absolutely just crushed all the minions that were there. And it was just like, all right, now what do? You're going to dive underneath this tower, take damage for no reason? Speaking of which, DJB going to go ahead, get themselves a free overload.
Yeah, with the Overlord, right? Although this is not a Shadow Overlord yet, but it's still every bit counts, right? And now the team fight happening in the mid lane, Private.
Yeah, a big unbridled outburst started the fight from BYL, but a great flash coming out from DJB, able to get themselves out of harm way. Even with the push from Ice on that Nua, they were not able to find the mark, and very unfortunate for BYL. A great opportunity there, but DJB just digged their heels in even more. The kills, we said BYL do have the kills on their side, but if you're not able to transition those, if you're not able to turn those into towers or objective success, you might as well have no kills on the board at all. Especially here, we can see DJB doing a great job with this macro. 27 tries again. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything when you have that great combination up there, able to clear out those minions so quickly.
Yeah, with the concert, even the Diade actually clearing out the minions, and Diade actually doing a lot of damage early game as a support role, not providing that much peel for, in terms of compared to a tankier hero, but it does look like Agudo secures another Tyrant. But how they transition that into a successful team fight, we'll have to see, right, Private?
Yeah, Banoon actually went in there with the 50, looking like he wanted to kind of engage there. 2-on-2 up at the top lane, looking for an engagement. Wishing, looking like he wanted to put some damage on. And we do have the ultimate coming out from but turned around the damage that came onto Xing there was huge. I can't believe he came out with that ultimate, and as soon as he landed, as soon as he put his feet onto the ground, he got blown up.
And that's why Contra is so good up against Alone, right? She has that immunity for her, and being able to protect herself for that split second allows her team to react to it. And once Long kind of used his skill shot, she's able to quickly respond and shred him down. And that is exactly what we see with this Concert U. A great response coming in from DJB Club.
Ooh, on the back foot here. Ooh, Consort U, Immortal able to get themselves. Oh, they jumped on the far end there, but now Zhuishing does find himself a kill onto 0, 3-1 right now against DJB. We can take a look at the gold, and it does seem like, I mean, a little bit of an advantage for BYL, but so far, when it comes to the towers, it is in favor of DJB. Will that change with these Overlords?
I mean, the Overlord is huge, right? They desperately need this Overlord to put more pressure throughout the lanes, because they don't have any outer towers down for the side of DJB, despite having a Gudo. But now this might just change with this Overlord.
Yeah, big engagement happens here while you have the Overlords actually spraying onto your base. A big kill there by Ice does find Immortal. Are they going to be able to kind of chase them down, looking for the kill? Find another one. 3 down for DJB, and that's going to be Eternal down for them. And now the focus begins on some of these towers. You can see 27 going on to the mid lane, while these Overlords are still pressing on to the side lanes. They were just waiting for that little bit of a power spike, looking for the opportunity. With 3 members down on DJB, BYL have clear reins to push forward.
I mean, a crucial kill, right? Taking off Concert U off the map allowed them the opening that they needed to go alongside the Overlords, and pushing down into base, now crashing into the inhibitor tower, but at what cost, right? Taking down the 1U.
Yeah, and they pushed a little deep underneath the tower. You saw that Zhuishing got CC'd into the ground. 0 able to clean it up with his ultimate, and unfortunately BYL do have to turn around. However, I wouldn't even call this a failure, because they were able to push basically 6 towers with that last push.
I mean, they maximized the Overlord to its core, right? With the Agudo paired up with the Shadow Overlord, they were able to successfully turn the game around and into their favor. And now looking to fight up against once more in the mid lane.
Ooh, look at the big flash that comes out, and down goes Banu, teleported a little bit too deep into the opposite members there. BYL cleaned him up quickly. A lot of damage there. That's going to be 2 members down for the side of DJB. Unfortunate, as it does look like the momentum has begun to shift. 8-2. Finally, those kills really starting to feel on them. 0 in trouble here. Took a wrong turn into Pound Town, and that is going to be another kill for BYL. Minions starting to push against these high ground towers, and they make short work of it, looking to close this one out at the 13-minute mark. Now kind of latching on. Are they going to be able to find the mark? Infinite Vastness is out. They are going to have to turn around. It looks like they're going to be a little bit safer on it, while you see this high ground tower at the bottom taking a beating.
Taking a beating, but recovered in an instant with the Hano, right? So, but it does open up the map quite a lot for the side of BYL. Exactly what they need at this point in the game. But one crucial thing, right? Long has the Dragon Boy himself has come alive. He is dashing out so much damage, and it's just quite the power overpowered for the take.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like DJB were not able to kind of get the kill that they wanted there. Big kills for the side of BYL. Finds 2 marks onto DJB. Big unbridled outburst. Finds 2 members, and that is going to be a full team. Oh, I was going to say a full team. Yeah, that's a full team watch. There's no way he's getting away from that. And this looks to be the close of the second game. BYL find the recipe they need, and that is going to be the core.
What an incredible comeback for the side of BYL, right? They pushed the game towards the late game, and with 1 Overlord takedown and 1 successful team fight, Long came online, the Nuwa came online, they got to the late game that they needed, and they secured that victory.
Yeah, it was a very interesting here too, because I did kind of feel like BYL was holding back. They had the advantage, except for the towers. They had the kills, they had the gold advantage, and they were just waiting for an opportunity. They weren't able to get the towers early game. They weren't really able to take advantage of the Agudo to dive underneath the towers to get that type of macro. But what they did do is wait very patiently for Ching to come online, for Ice to come online, two very big heavy hitters that were always part of each fight. You see Ice there with the MVP. A great job by BYL.
I mean, 37% damage, doing so much as the mid laner. She definitely landed every single one of her shots, and it was a menace towards the late game. And Long coming online, just getting kills after kills. It put DJB into a chokehold, and at that point of the game, there's just not much that they can do, with Odd1 kind of falling off towards the late game, and Hano not being able to do as much when you're coming down just one tower left for your team, right?
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too, because it felt like BYL, they didn't even really focus on the towers in the early game. By the time they were tower pushing, they got 6 towers at once. There was nothing Hana was going to do with that push in the first place. So, I mean, I almost want to know if that was like kind of intentional to not really worry about the towers early game until we just had this maximum push that we were going to be able to do, to where the Hana was going to be useless anyway.
Yeah, that's why I feel like Hano, although is a counter for the Agudo, but is it enough when you get to that point of the game, especially when you have BYL on the Agudo, who's clearly very comfortable and very mastered to the grains of this hero. And now with that being unavailable for its team, what do they have in store for us, right? With this global ban pick, every game will see new heroes, fresh new picks from each side, and this really digs into their hero pool and really shows their mastery of the game and their capabilities as star players to one day potentially represent the North America region into the global stage.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting too, because Agudo has been a favorite of BYL. Now you're gonna have that pick taken off the board for you. We do know that they have a lot of those championships where for the heroes they have the top hero titles for a lot. So we know that their hero pool is big, but we have also seen them flounder when it comes to some actually decent heroes. Like when it comes to the Dolia, Chica, Haya, all of those super strong picks completely taken off the board and with a loss, so you didn't even really get your value out of those pickups. So we've seen that when it comes to kind of being well, actually, now that I think about it, I want to say Agudo has been part of every single victory for BYL. I mean, now that we've taken that out, where do we go? Do we have something else in the pocket to possibly make up for it?
Yeah, I mean, that will have to see, right? And this really puts BYL to the test. Are they able to consistently continue their victory and hold their spot as #1 team, right? That's why this global ban pick is so important for the team. As we see right now, 1 versus 1, 1 point for each team, DJB versus BYL. It's a slightly different game as we see in last week's games. This time, they'll really have to dig into their hero pool and give us something fresh every game.
And honestly, just to kind of speak on these teams, I love the fact that BYL and DJB, even with the loss last week, we could have gone back to kind of the same old and been like, all right, let's just do the normal draft and see if we can kind of beat that. But they're like, no, you know what? Let's just make this interesting. How about we do global bans? We'll remember it. We'll remember it on our side. If you guys want to remember it on your side, and that's going to be the interesting thing here. BYL could have just stayed with the same and been like, you know what? We're just going to keep doing what we do. We're going to kind of one trick our way up. We know we have the titles for a lot of these heroes. They're like, but they decided to kind of open it up to kind of keep it more interesting, kind of really flex around where those hero pools kind of stand with these two top teams in North America. So I'm interested to see what else we have and where we can really kind of flex that knowledge that we have when it comes to these next and upcoming games.
I mean, you're absolutely right? With DJB putting BYL to test and how they respond, we'll have to see as we walk into the third draft of this series. Both sides not having as much meta heroes in their pick.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here, guys. Now we are at the point of, for me, it's kind of a question mark because I've seen BYL. They have not been as successful when they don't have the Agudo pick. Now that we know, and it's not just it's going to get banned. It's that we know this is off the board. How do we adjust our draft and where do we go from here? I do like that they're going to take away that Zhang Fei. They do know how strong it has been for DJB. God been doing such a great job, even more so than from what we've seen from Flash Smiladin. KT is a great Zhang Fei as well, but man, did they get a lesson earlier tonight? We do have the Shiranu, my Shiranui taken off the board, and we're going to see where we go as we line up for our first picks.
I mean, my Shirano is not going to walk for BYL. They're never going to get it by what we're seeing so far. DJB hasn't been playing Mai that much anyway, so they're pretty comfortable with what they have, right? But Nuwa critically is taken off the map for DJB. Eternal was a goddess on that Nuwa last week, so they don't want to give it into the hands of DJB, right? They took it last game on the side of BYL, helped them secure the victory, and now it might just be permaban, at least for now, for DJB. So it looks like on the side of BYL, they do consider taking that Aaron, locking that in, another powerful farm lane in this meta, up against potentially the Chicha, or Chicha could be played in the clash lane for the side of DJB.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Agudo themselves. And I do like that they have the Chicha picked up here. This is a... So, yeah, all right, let me stop for a second because what's interesting to me is BYL, they flashed the Lapu before they picked up Aaron. And then they went with the Aaron. And I'm wondering if God saw that and just like, all right, let me just take Lapu from them, snatch that up. But this is going to be a very tanky double front line coming up from DJB with that Lapu. We've seen it before. He is a great addition to that roaming position, especially when Zhang Fei has been taken off the board, because he kind of does the exact same thing that Zhang Fei does when it comes to setting potential or being able to offset an engagement that's going to be coming for you. Not just that, but he can dive in after Agudo underneath those towers, take a lot of that damage, and there's not much that BYL could be able to do to stop those macro pushes.
Yeah, I mean, for DJB right now, they do have a Chicha that could be in the Mars lane, could be in the top lane. We'll have to see, but paired up with that Agudo, they have a lot of push potential, a lot of macro capabilities on the side of DJB, and now they're missing mid lane, right? Whether or not BYL consider, actually DJB themselves ban out the Ganamo, taking off the options for BYL. I do think BYL right now needs a carry mage, more of a core to dish out that late game damage. They're also securing that pay. With the pay picked up, they might consider taking that Byron. Whether or not Byron will be left open for BYL, we'll have to see. They haven't picked it yet on the side of BYL, so this last ban for DJB, we'll have to see what they decide to take off the map for. Oh, it does look like the Hano. They don't want the counter for to play up against.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, we don't know what pick that's gonna be for just yet there. But I do like what we have coming from both sides here. It's gonna be two very vastly different strategies when it comes to this early game. Whereas from the side of DJB, Zero is gonna want to kind of get into those towers quickly to take down that macro. On the side of BYL, you're gonna kind of want to keep a distraction up while 27 is farming on this pay. He's gonna need some time. He's gonna need some items. He's going to need some gold to really come online. But once he does, you've got a pretty decent amount of damage on the side of BYL. So the later it goes, BYL just has more measures for success, whereas the early game, DJB might have that secured. we've seen this over and over. Sometimes teams, they like that mid game, they like that late game, but they don't plan for the early game in case the enemy like really gets that snowball going. And here it's really going to come down to, can we create that path we need to get to mid game, to get to late game?
Yeah, for BYL, they still need a mage, right? Both sides as well. I think right now, looking at the draft, DJB also lacking a little bit in that damage department. This flowboard marksman will be critical if they secure it, because we know how strong DJB is on this flowboard. And now with that locked in, I do think they have a pretty balanced draft. They have a lot of push potential, a lot of marksmen in their lineup, and a pretty tanky front line for both Zero and God7. So I really like the draft coming in from the side of DJB. And in return for BYL, they're lacking in the damage department. If they lock in this she is more of the support mid laner, right? With Pei falling a little bit off towards the late game, they really need to get that early game snowball if they want to do much with this lineup.
Well, I do like the damage coming out from Fatigue. He just takes a couple of items there. Aaron will start scaling along, but we're really betting on that pay basket. I mean, you might as well. If you have him on your team, you might as well assume you're going to be successful with him. And once you get to that mid lane, that mid game, once you get to that late game, once you get to the 10-minute mark, I think you're looking for like 8K gold on him to be successful. So I mean, I think the damage will be all right if Pei comes online, but that's always the story of when you have a Pei on your team. Is he online at this point? If not, then it's like, okay, now we're gonna have a problem with the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point, right? We'll have to see as they walk into this game, a very decisive game for both sides. We'll have to see how this play actually rotates and get the early goal that he needs to come online fast, and fast is what he needs.
Yeah, right now we do have the double up, actually a triple up on the when it comes to BYL. They're going to go ahead and try to look. Unfortunately, Pei was actually trying to go in there, look for some of those pink minions early, not able to get him, so he's going to return very quickly to his own lane. I mean, that's not really going to cost him too much. Look at the damage coming out there. Immortal just getting absolutely shoved on back to his tower. Now you've got 3 members there. I don't even know if you want to stay here. You might as well just kind of abandon this tower. If they come in, they catch you with anything, it might be game over for you. Does finally get that little re-up for revitalization by his tower, so he's gonna have a little bit more health. But man, what oppressive power immediately coming from Ching on that Aaron.
I mean, obviously, Aaron is super solid and super strong with the on-hit itemization changes this meta. She's really good up against most current farm laners right now. But as Flowborn Marksman get towards that late game, get 3 to 4 items in her pocket, she will come online. And whether or not Aaron can match up against a Flowborn Marksman that's farmed, we'll have to see. But at this part of the game, she's doing immense damage and putting a lot of pressure on this lane.
Yeah, and right now we do have, looking for a little bit of an opportunity. Is Ice coming in from the mid lane? Oh, actually might be getting sandwiched there too. You can see they're waiting there, looking for an opportunity. Are they gonna be able to find it? They come in from the side, find the flank on there. Flash is out. Ice taking a lot of damage. Auto attack away, gets taken out, and that's gonna be a cleanup there by Eternal. Down goes the board, and a good pickup there by DJB.
The perfect time to proc his board, proc his ultimate, and get that last hit, right? It's critical at this point of the game. Great first kill secured in the hands of DJB.
Yeah, a great job too. I love seeing DJB. They didn't immediately go down to the bottom lane. They kind of lingered for a bit because they saw that they might see us there. Hold it, and then they immediately jumped in, found the perfect opportunity to put one on the board right here. Now putting on some damage here. Wishing in a little bit of trouble here. Gets bounced back, taking a lot. This might be it, and able to take one down. Was he able to take? Yeah, took down Chicha with him there. So Banoon goes down. Both Clash laners down for the count.
I mean, still a great fight coming in from Petit, putting on the fight up against 3 heroes and so much pressure coming in from DJB, still able to take one down. So not too much to worry about. Looking at the gold, very even on the map as the first Tyrant and Overlord spawns in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and right now, both teams, it's a 2v1 right now. DJB with the narrow advantage over them, absolutely tied when it comes to the gold. Both of these teams looking for an advantage, and I think we're going to see an actual clash when it starts getting to these objectives. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds left into this objective. It does seem like Aguro is making his way down into the pit towards the mid lane, getting some farm and being prepared for this first Tyrant, right? At the early game, Tyrant is almost, as we mentioned, more important than the Overlord. But once you get to the 10-second mark, that's when the Overlord really comes online. And now it's looking like both teams are ready to put on a fight here.
Yeah, Chicha actually is a little bit slower than the rest of the team to try to get into position. You can see Wishing on the side there. Oh, actually, a big combo lands on there. 25% left on there. And Gudo, Zero, able to pick up the Tyrant now. DJB turning their attention onto the rest of BYL, looking to get the kills up there. Down goes Wishing. 27. Just narrowly gets away. Ice is not so lucky. That's going to be the BYL Mage taken off the board. And 27, very smartly, I want to say, starts going into his jungle, trying to take things away. He wants to get at least one of those jungle minions before DJB hurry up and go in there and clean out his side of the jungle.
And double kill going into the Flowborn Marksman, right? That is huge for something that just needs a few items to come online. And when that Flowborn Marksman come online, it will be a scary, scary map for BYL. And with the first Tyrant secure, Aguro already coming online and putting a lot of pressure on. That's exactly what we want to see with the lineup they have. And now for BYL to respond.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you see right there, I mean, we're doing a good job when it comes to kind of the gold 4.7 on 27. So he's on his way to getting up to that 8K and being where he needs to be at the 10-minute mark. You saw that Eternal had picked up the Venomous Staff there to kind of counteract a lot of the regen that you're going to have with Juan, with Wishing on the in the clash lane once it comes into these team fights. Big pushing coming on from both sides. Looks like they're both going to trade their side towers.
Yeah, very decisive trade coming in. When we see these top teams perform, right, they're very quick on reacting to what's happening on the map. They know that they're not being able to defend one tower, so they immediately trade one off, right? And here, quick response coming in from the Aguro. Very instant reaction, now taking down.
Yeah, Juan, and that's unfortunate too, because they stayed lingered a little bit too long and still didn't get the tower. I will say that tower's about a sneeze away from dying, being taken down. They weren't able to answer back on the bottom lane, but they were smart enough to kind of get away. And you're wondering if that death is actually going to cost BYL, because, I mean, you just lost your roam now because you lingered. You wanted to get this tower, but, I mean, if you had gotten that tower, you almost lost 2 members for it, and you're gonna have to answer for that at some point as this momentum starts shifting in the favor of DJB.
Yeah, and at what cost, right? At the cost of pay for his red buff. He is not having the best game of his life. He does take down the bottom lane tower, getting some farm on the opposite side of the map, but he is in a time crunch.
Oh, yeah, I like the split pushing there. They're going, oh, yeah, the Aguro are actually pushing into the mid lane. BYL not able to stop it. Oh, coming in, big pop-up lands on the 3 members. What a set coming in from BYL. Juan doing a great job, but immediately DJB turns it around, looking to get an answer with a kill of their own. Juan able to just narrowly get away, accompanied by Jing on his side. So 5-3 right now. It almost pushed into the mid tower.
I mean, Shun and China just live with a sliver of health, barely escapes, and that is the crazy amount of power that Immortal's already putting on the map with his Flowborn Marksman, right? So It's at this point in the game, it's only 8 minutes into the game, and Global Marksman is already down trying to secure 3 items.
Yeah, and unfortunate, I want to say right now,
Ooh,
it's
look at
pretty even.
that.
But, oh, as I say that, Aaron gets her clock cleaned there. She gets taken down. They turn it around. Ice finds a kill of their own. Immortal down for the count. They turn it around 7-4. DJB muscling their way into enemy territory, and more damage going on to this bottom tower. But 27 right there on the pay to try to clean it up. What does this bode for 27 on this pay? Is he going to be at the point? We're about 1 minute away from the 10-minute mark, and the 27 needs to kind of be at that gold. He needs to be the 8K gold that he wants to have, so that he can start really dishing out the damage. A little bit behind, you can take a look, but he is ahead of the entire enemy team. So it's kind of a push and a pull there for them. He's ahead of everybody, but not quite where you want to be to be that dominating factor.
And he hasn't been able to really put pressure into Agudo's jungle or into the enemy team fight. He's not even been able to participate in a lot of these critical team fights and actually transfer that gold and that farm into damage and into power up against DJB. So now having that 8K gold will become a line here.
Oh, look at a little bit of a trap here. 3 members. Immortal takes the bait and actually gets taken. Oh, actually gets taken out there by Ice on that Shay. Went in to protect the tower. Had no idea that 3 members of BYL laid in wait. Perfectly set trap. Perfectly executed. Now 8-6, and suddenly the kill lead is not so wide. DJB now gonna have to clean up these minions here at mid.
I mean, finally, as we see, right, Pei finally getting into his team fight, finding himself a kill on the map, and now being able to secure this tyrant, this shadow tyrant, with little to no contest.
Ooh, and here we're starting to have a good advantage for BYL. You see 27 starting to join in these fights. They're able to take down that tyrant very quickly. Now going to turn their attention to this mid tower. In comes the ultimate from Zero on that Agudo, able to successfully defend this mid tower. And you kind of have to turn around. You have to start looking at the rest of the map. You don't want to kind of keep everybody collected there to a point where you're just kind of waiting for minions to spawn. You need to kind of spread that wealth everywhere else. And doing a good job of that is BYL kind of spreading around the map to try to keep this pressure up on all lanes.
Yeah, you're right. With Pei, he was able to split farm a lot throughout the map and actually pushing the minion in, and now looking to invade. I mean, we see the Overlord standing still right there. That might be the push that DJB actually needs, but Ishin gets taken down.
Great engagement coming out. The board went down for DJB, and immediately BYL turn around and engage them quickly. Oh, this actually might be it. You can see right now Immortal in trouble. Only 2 more members left. Banoon on their own trying to stave off this fight. One single minion there. 25% health left onto this core, but they don't have any minions just yet. And the dragon at the front of the base. So they lose 4 members of DJB. They are able to pick up the Overlord, and what a confusing fight there.
I mean, it was so it could be the end of the game, right? But Agudo just in time picked up the Overlord and was able to defend and take down that last minion. Without that minion, they were not able to push, and now this team fight might go in favor to DJB.
Yeah, it's such a back and forth here. BYL get caught by a board. They every single time a board goes down, Eternal immediately dies. It's like when they see that board, BYL immediately pounce for him to shut him down. And then it's left on the rest of DJB to try to come in and use that firepower, use them trapped in there to be able to bring them down. Unfortunately, it's kind of been back and forth here. the good job here is in the early game. We were kind of critiquing the gold and some of the deaths that 27 was taking, but I want to say a lot of these pushes, a lot of these tier 2 towers are down because of that great pushing power that 27 was doing on this page. Now we're gonna have another engagement. Lands on the 2 members. Aaron finds themselves a kill onto Banud. The board is out. Big pop-ups landing there. We do see that Immortal able to find 2 kills of their own, turning it around. 3 more. Ching running for the hills. Ice has to try to flee. There's only 2 more members left for BYL. DJB running for this push at mid lane. 2 minions on the back of them, and Zero cleaning up the bottom lane. Is there going to be enough for them to be able to kind of put this big push into the mid tower?
I mean, at this point, Private, right, Immortal is pretty decked out in items, so all she needs to do is kind of stay alive as the Flowborn Marksman and actually be able to position herself well and do immense amount of damage onto BYL, and that's how she can secure the team fight for her team. But Aaron camping out in that bush, is she still here and is she looking to provide some vision?
Did I see her? Oh, not able to, and that's going to be a Aaron down for the side of BYL. DJB turning around their attention. Now looking for the kill onto Jewishing, trying to find himself an escape at the bottom lane. He actually is able to find himself an escape. It's just Shing and Ice who get taken out there, but those are 2 big damage dealers for BYL. And you might have just signed your own death warrant, as you're not going to have a lot of damage to really take down some of these pushes. Look at the bottom lane. They shred that down. It's just going to be the Fatigue here with a little bit more. You got the Pei, Fatigue, Leon Poe. That's going to be, you have a little bit of a stun there. Coming on to 4 members. Down goes the Shay. Down there, turning around. Yixing is down for the count as well. That's Eternal and Banud. Immortal down. There's only 2 more members for DJB. How many fights, how many turnarounds are we going to have in this game? It feels like as soon as they get to the core, they both get so greedy, they get so bloodthirsty to try to take it down that they kind of ignore the immense amount of CC that comes out from Xuan. Absolutely, I want to say, got that the CC onto 5 members of DJB, and they immediately lost 2.
And a great decision making from the side of BYL, right? They knew that with the timer for these members, they're going to be online for this team fight. So they decided to take down the Overlord. And that Overlord will be critical into pushing down some of these inhibitor towers. And look at the damage onto She.
Yeah, Ice just got annihilated. That was all Immortal on that flow board. That was just ridiculous amount of damage. It absolutely surprised her because she was well within range. Even tried to flash backwards, but was not able to get out of range.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Private Wise. So much damage that's dishing out by this Flowborn Marksman, doing immense amount of work. So as long as she survives and stay alive, it will be in favor for their team fight.
Oh, you can see from the gold here, I want to say, board is down here. This is going to be Jewishing in a little bit of trouble, gets popped up, and almost he has a little bit of health back there, trying to survive. Down goes the Marksman for DJB, returning the favor. Zero able to find a kill. Even Steven for both teams right now, and down goes BYL. That's going to be Zhuan down, Jing and Jewishing, while you have these overlords crashing down at your base for DJB. Really an immense amount of firepower from both teams here. You've got basically 2 marksmen on the side of DJB when you've got Immortal and you've got Banud, who are able to unleash this huge amounts of just ranged attacks. And it's just a great job being able to kind of defend here. But it's been so much back and forth for both of these guys.
I mean, is that enough, right? They probably cannot close the game just yet, right? With 3 members down now, Pei is looking to farm in the jungle and take everything possibly off for Aguda. Now rotating in towards the jungle. We're hitting the 17-minute mark, right, Private? 1 more Tyrant, 1 more Overlord before the Tempest Dragon comes online. And it looks like Aguda is already getting started on shredding this Tyrant down.
Yeah, they didn't even wait. They want that. They want that power buff. They want that damage, so they can. You can see they absolutely dusted Xing. Wishing is next on the list. Gets taken out. That's 2 down for BYL. 3 members of BYL now running for the hills. They don't want any more of this engagement, and I'm kind of wondering what you do here. You're DJB. You have the advantage. You have the power and the buff from that tyrant. Do we go ahead and continue on with this push? The mistakes have been made at each one of these towers and each one of these cores where they get a little too greedy at the core and end up taking too much. Oh, Immortal almost got sucked in. That's the value you get from the She. Zero in trouble, gets away, has about 1/10 of health. Big pop-up lands onto 2 members. Down goes 27. Down goes Ice again. Oh, able to answer back. Able to take down Eternal, the mage for DJB. More trades going on here than the stock market, as DJB and BYL have just basically stood in the middle of the ring and they are just throwing haymakers at each other.
Yeah, and right now we are walking towards the super late game, right? 18-minute mark down. The Tempest Dragon looking to spawn really quickly, and does seem like walking away with 1 sliver of health.
Yeah, I was actually a little worried there. Banoon on that Chicha activated that ultimate and they dove onto her. I thought it was gonna be, oh, look at how quickly they take down this Shadow Overlord. Now you're gonna have the power of the Overlord with 30 seconds left before the Tempest Dragon comes out. I wanna say right now, what we're seeing is, I mean, there's some trades happening, but I feel like the overwhelming firepower of DJB is just too much for BYL when it comes to this. You've got that great front line with the Agudo, with the Lapu Lapu, able to get the CC, able to withstand a lot of damage, and there's just too much on their back foot with Banoon, with Immortal on these 2 ranged heroes that are just absolutely shredding the competition. We have a board down there, a flank from the side as Jay Wishing comes in there. And now he's gonna look for the escape. Tempest Dragon out on the board. Both teams decide to disengage from their fight.
Yeah, and now it does seem like rotating towards the Tempest Dragon. This will be a critical moment in this game, right? When you reach that 20-minute mark, you want to either, look at that team fight happening right now, Private.
Yeah, unfortunate. Ice stepped out and was noticed immediately by DJB. Oh, actually able to answer back here. They do take down Immortal and Eternal. Down goes 27, looking for an advantage. Not able to find it. Just he's already DJB. They don't even care. Zero just immediately saw a little bit of an advantage and decided, I'm just gonna go ahead and run for the core. 3 people have to turn around and answer back for that. Are they gonna be able to find the kill here? Look at the suppressive fire coming in from Banoon, trying to lay waste into BYL. Finds the kill onto the Aaron, finds the kill onto the Robe as well. That's gonna be a Leon Poe now crashing into the core. Minions from the bottom. And this is going to be a victory for DJB.
I mean, they found the successful opening, they found the dive, and they took down the base. With 1 sliver of health, we almost thought they're not gonna make it, but Agudo understood the assignment, understood that all you need to do is take down the crystal, and that they did, putting themselves at an advantage 2-1 up against the reigning champs BYL with 1 more games to secure the series.
What a great a battlefield presence from DJB. I don't even know how else to put it. There are so many different attacks going on. Do we want to go for the Tempest Dragon? Do we just want to engage them? Hold on, there's enemies at their base. Let's go ahead. You saw Zero immediately turn his attention to the base. BYL, meanwhile, on the map, have to watch everywhere that they and try to stop and punish. Eventually, they find Zero at their base, but meanwhile, while they're trying to burst down Zero, that heavy tank, you have this immense firepower coming from DJB, able to put the team down. What a crazy game there played by both.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. A crazy game indeed. A 20-minute game, taking it into the distance and looking at this gold lead, right? They were able to close down the gap just slightly. I mean, the gap wasn't too big towards the early game. Now, into the late game, really, DJB came online. The Immortal doing immense amount of damage, and now putting themselves in a higher seeding with one more game to win up against BYL. If they take this game, Private, we'll get to hear from the players themselves on and pick their brains on some of these heroes that we've seen.
I don't want to be that person that brings the bad juju out here for DJB, but they have been at this position before, where there was one victory for BYL and they had 2 victors and they were at game points. This was what happened last week, and BYL somehow were able to pull out the victory by changing up the strategy on DJB. So we're going to see here, especially now that both teams have agreed to do this global ban, where do we go from here? And is it the curse of not having that Agudo pickup for BYL?
I mean, so far we've seen pretty much almost a 100% win rate for whichever team takes down the Agudo. I mean, it's almost like an auto win for Agudo, but now with both sides having utilized that to its max, both sides won't have this as an option. And as you mentioned last week, right, we've seen the exact same story being told with this matchup, taking the series into the distance with 5 games. But the ultimate win for BYL was dependent on having that Agudo and having that Mai Shiranui. And with this series so far, we haven't seen Mai walk even once in the games, and DJB is not going to let that slide, right? And Agudo will not be open for BYL. So this next game, what could happen? We have to see.
Yeah, such a close game for the last one, for what we just watched. Could have gone either way. I know I say that Agudo is like basically this sure win, not having it is this super debilitating, but I mean, if we're being honest, that last game could have absolutely gone either way when it comes to some of those fights. It just, DJB had a great lock, a great presence on that map, and was able to attack them from all of these different angles, from the Tempest Dragon to immediately turning around into a fight, and then immediately being able to sense the minions were pushing into base to go and take the attention away from the fights. They accomplished so much to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, the chances are running out for BYL, right? They are looking at this next series. They have to have these answers for the aggression that they're seeing from DJB Club. They want to secure their comfort spot as the champion, right? They want to prove that they are the dominating force in the America scene. And this game will be very important for both teams to either climb the ladder or defend their spot. So we're very excited to see what the next game actually brings to us.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I mean, it's just been so much going on here as we move into possibly the last fight of the night. DJB Club are on game point, and BYL here needs to have a plan to even things out.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map, like I said, Mai Shiranui is not going to be in BYL's, even consider as an option, right? We're not gonna let that slide. Byron gets taken out as well for DJB. We haven't seen Byron being utilized by BYL, so great response and prediction coming in from DJB. But now both sides have used out a lot of some of the more meta heroes in this current patch. So on the side of BYL, we do see I would say a roam right now, taking off on the map on the side of Xuan, and looking for Eternal actually gets locked in with that Ghana Mo. I've seen such incredible performance from Flash Marathon on the Ghana Mo. We'll have to see what Eternal brings us in store.
Yeah, it's interesting too because when you look at the meta and the way the shift has been through the mid lane, unfortunately, God and Mo has kind of like slipped down very far past a lot of different marksmen, mostly because of some of the changes when it comes to the burst items that come for mages. But here, what we've seen, especially the examples here for the last 2 weeks, is how powerful God and Mo still is, and it has always been. Especially if you're targeting, if you're able to line up that site with him very well. I mean, he's always going to be a huge factor in a lot of these games. Are we going to go with the Dude and Dolia that we saw, the combo that we saw BYL attempt here?
Yeah, but I mean, Duna and Dolia is a very meta combo right now. I mean, paired up against the and having that Dawn and Mo in the mid game in the mid lane for that late game security. I do really like the draft for DJB. What they have as options for the farm lane, though, will be something that we have to figure out, right? They have some options. They haven't used out the Direngia yet on the side of DJB, but we've seen the success for BYL in the first game, having the Direngia together with the Dun and Dolia. If they decide to pick that, will they be playing a different game?
I mean, we're gonna have to see here. I do like that trio combination of the Dune and Dolia and having the God and Mo on your team, because you've got that great front line with the Dune and Dolia to kind of keep people pressured, and then from the back end you're gonna have a God and Mo just absolutely shredding you with the immense amount of firepower that he has there. And now, I want to say first for a bit here is we're gonna see a Mulan pick come online for DJB.
Yeah, I mean, last week we've seen Benoil actually play the Mulan really well. Also the Ambrosa. That's why Ambrosa is actually banned out in this game. He is a very competent clash laner for some of these deep dive assassin heroes. And if you're able to play the Mulan well, she is going to be a menace in that clash lane and to dive some of the back lanes like the Arlie on the side of BYL.
Ooh, very interesting pickup here for BYL. It does appear they're going to go with the Yuan in the mid lane. And sometimes I kind of want to say, I would dare say sometimes that the Yuan, a lot of people see that it is a support type of hero and they discount the amount of damage that a Yuan is able to do. But I think we saw last week Yuan had an MVP, most damage on the team, just because of that large AoE that you're able to kind of have with her. And I want to say a great initiation factor with her as well.
You're absolutely right, Private. And on this side of with the Dawn and Mo paired up with something like the HoE, it's a great combo, right? For to have that aggression and have that map vision. So we'll have to see how the team executed as we walk into the fourth game of the series.
Yeah, very interesting. Possibly the last game for BYL. DJB on their game point here. BYL definitely need to get into, they need to be able to figure out the recipe for success here on their team. 3 members from BYL grouping up here. Oh, look at the damage that they're able to do. And Joao just, man, immediately trying to pick apart Eternal, already actually very low, and is going to use a flash of his own. I was actually a little scared there. That flash is a little greedy there by Ice, but both mages now don't have their spells.
Yeah, and it does seem like even for the Dahlia, she also popped the flash or the spell that she has. So a lot of early spells used on both sides, and it looks like for Arlie, she's actually being very aggressive in this lane.
Yeah, really interesting here, especially the matchup having the HoE out here. I feel like you bring a very immobile marksman up against a very, very mobile marksman here. So we're going to see how well that kind of stacks up and how quickly both of these guys kind of come online. There's a lot of burst potential that comes from Xing, but Immortal on the HoE, you have just a huge amount of sustained damage that he can output.
Yeah, absolutely right. Especially paired up with the Ganamo, right? The range that both of these heroes have, and for the HoK to proc that ultimate and have that whole map hit, it will be very crucial for Ganamo to land some of these early game snipes. So we'll have to see as we move towards a more team fight stage of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure on both of these. Burning Sun Arrow comes in, and they immediately launch on just the foresight from the team. Burning Sun Arrow, as soon as it comes out there, they immediately pounce. Ice there's nothing Ice can do. You wouldn't be able to see that Burning Arrow, the Burning Sun Arrow come, and the team immediately mauled her. What a great first blood there, and they're immediately going to go into enemy jungle, looking to kind of start the clear.
Slain an enemy.
Yeah, I mean, that is a textbook demonstration of what we're just talking about, the Ganamo paired up with the HoE, and they just visualized that right in front of our eyes. A great first kill secured for both sides.
Ooh, you see a little bit of an invadement. There are 3 members coming in there, and I believe able to kind of take away that blue buff coming out of for BYL. So they're able to successfully invade, get a decent amount of gold off of their opponents there. DJB and powerless to stop them, especially with that great answer back. Immediately Immortal gets taken out by Ching in answer to that Burning Sun Arrow that got the first blood for DJB.
And not even have to proc the smite, right? Odd One just took down the buff without even using it in anything in his pocket, already denying some farm from doing. And as the Tyrant and Overlord spawns in 20 seconds, oh, look at the mid lane.
Oh, another Burning Sun Arrow comes in. Dude locks onto him, trying to put on the damage down to 25%. Big pop-up and cleaning the clock. Eternal is there with the huge amount of firepower that you get from a Ganamo.
I mean, the accuracy on HoE, right? He is just landing that arrow one after another. And I almost thought that the Ganamo and his team was not quick enough for the follow-up, but that is all she wrote, and that is all they needed.
That it's just crazy. It's funny too, because you see a Burning Sun Arrow, like, oh my god, and you just see 27 actually stole that away from them. You always got to be ready at all points in the game. I mean, you're gonna allow BYL to steal that objective back from you, especially something like the Tyrant. So now you've lost out on a huge amount of damage from your side. You can see them starting to invade into here, looking for the opportunity. Oh, big pop-up lands there, and on the wrong side, HoE gets taken out. Immortal down for the counts as they find themselves a tower from the back end there. Got in trouble and taken out by Ching on that early.
I mean, the aggression continues on to the farm lane, right? BYL making their revenge for the 2 arrows that landed on their team. And HoE and his Rhino support just gets taken down. Not too much behind. Looking at the gold is pretty even, a little bit in favor of BYL. And looking at the map though, it looks still pretty even. The Mulan actually getting the most farm on the side of DJB and the most farm, not as much as Arlie though.
Yeah, it's funny too, the point I brought up before. Another Burning Sun Arrow! Dude locks in there, finds the piece onto Yuan. Ice, there are so many opportunities where that happens, and you're like, there's no way. There's no way he was aiming for Ice. He had to have just lobbed that down middle and hoped and prayed. And then it happens again. And then it happens again. And you're like, he's aiming from across the map to hit my members, and how quickly DJB are able to answer back and find the kill.
And that is the benefit that you have when you have something that gives you the vision and also control over the entire map, right? So a great job played by Immortal, doing a lot of God's work with the HoE, but gotta be a little bit careful on his positioning. You are still a squishy and pretty immobile marksman, and you gotta have the peel and support. Oh, misses with that arrow.
Yeah, how surprised we were that that he missed with that slow arrow that he's connected with. He's like, I think right now he's about 3 for 4 with those Burning Sun arrows, and it's absolutely, and you're absolutely right. I want to say, well, dare I say, immortal for every single Burning Sun arrow, for all those assists that he's been getting. The weaknesses of having a HoK on your team, his immobility, have really begun to show out, as well as he's died a few times. He's died 2. You can see here 0, 2, and 3 on the board there for him. Oh, actually, it comes in there. Oh, so close to finding themselves another kill. What do you even do against that? You have to be eyes on the mini map at all times, waiting for them. Oh, they found a kill on the Foodsie, turning this back around onto 27. You see Ice ready, having a little bit of healing up there as well. Just narrowly a gold lead in favor for BYL.
Yeah, throughout the game, the gold lead has not been very significant, right? The gold difference and the kills difference also not significant enough. But right now, looks like an invade happening in favor of DJB, taking that red buff at ease.
Red team.
Yeah, you see a great kind of set there. Ice coming in with that unending sorrow to try to get the stun onto the team, while BYL trying to look for a big engagement that they can find. Big pop-up lands on 27. The rest of it looks like the rest of BYL starting to give chase to DJB. They turn it around now. They have a nice little kind of corner here to kind of focus out their damage on the back end. Shing comes in, looks for some damage, but dude is right there with that unruly blade to kind of fend off the attack.
I almost feel like this Immortal is more effective when he's just far away down into the volley, farming his way while landing these arrows with precision. Because when you're too close enemy, you almost it's harder to hit, right? But here, look, another team fight, another happening at the Tyrant Pit.
Yeah, you see a great set there coming out from Schwan. Is going to be enough as they continue on putting on this firepower. Big pickup there for 27, able to pick up the Tyrant, but that kind of signals to DJB that they need to disengage from that fight. They don't want to take that immense amount of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, an odd one is just coming on top with that Smite game, contesting and getting all these objectives into his favor. I mean, we're still pretty early into the game, right? How do they convert these early advantages into the win and into a decisive lead? We'll have to see. Right now, gold difference is still pretty insignificant, only at about 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a huge advantage. You saw that great sieging ability coming from DJB as all 5 members basically poured on the firepower into that mid lane, able to take down that mid lane tower, and that opens up the map for the side of DJB. It's honestly, it doesn't feel like it's close, but it is very close, especially once we start getting into a few of these power spikes. Arlie's going to start coming online. Wishing on this Foodsie pick is going to start coming online, and then you're going to have this great initiation from Ice. Speaking of initiation, big pop-up lands there. They take down Eternal. That's a big bit of damage down for them. Are they going to be able to turn this bit around? In trouble is Immortal, tries to spray on the damage, gets taken out by 27. DJB trying to turn this pig around on a big pop-up lands onto 2 members of BYL, but they disengage. 1 for 2 trade in favor of BYL.
Yeah, in favor indeed. And we look at the gold just now, right? Chain actually had 3 kills in her pocket as an early one of the champs with the most amount of gold on the side of BYL. Definitely the hero that you want to funnel all the gold in, right? Mulan though, she can actually get to the backline, right? She is well farmed. She's at 8k gold, sitting ahead of every member on this map, and looks like another engagement happening at the red buff.
Oh yeah, they're trying to chase down Foodsie. They're going to be able to pick up that kill. Is 0 now turning around. They do have the flank, but the rest of BYL looking for the disengagement, turning their attention to the mid tower. Both teams even when it comes to the mid tower and the open map for both.
Yeah, look at the goal part of it. Very even on both sides of the map. Looking to contest this Overlord. We are at the 11-minute mark. It will be a Shadow Overlord, but this could be a huge rival.
Oh, and a great pickup there for Immortal on that HoK to be able to get that Shadow Overlord. Now turning their attention to the rest of BYL. Are they going to be able to find a kill? Zero on the back end there, taking a huge amount of damage. He does have the Dolio with him. He is going to be able to get that reset onto his cooldown. Is it going to be enough there? Eternal in trouble on the flank, gets taken out as Schwan dives in for the kill, risking his life for it. 2-1 right now in favor of BYL. Banoon down for the count, and DJB in trouble here as they lose 3 members but pick up a Shadow Overlord. Is it worth it?
I mean, at what cost, right? 3 men down, especially your critical late game carries like the Ganamo and the HoK, right? With them gone from the map, you don't have enough damage. And will they even be able to defend this push? We'll have to see. The minions are not in favor of BYL. That might be just what they need to close it down. But is this enough for them to defend?
And that is about 25%, and they are not able to stop the minions alongside BYL. That is a victory, tying up. We have a full series on our hands.
I mean, what a crazy turn of event, Private, right? Just as we mentioned, it looks like history does repeat itself, and now we're once again taking the series into the distance. 2-2 BYL matched up against DJB, and now at match point.
Match point 2-2. Shades of what we saw last week. I know DJB have to be sweating. Man, what a turnaround for them too. The beginning of that game, DJB, the surgical precision in which Immortal on the HoK was able to land those Burning Sun arrows. Not just that, but how quickly Zero saw that, honed in, got an unruly blade, and Eternal was right back there, landing a ton of damage onto it. Somehow able to turn it around was BYL. Schwan doing such a great job. There were a few opportunities, I'm not sure if you were able to see, where he was able to dive into the back line to really put the pressure onto Immortal. For as well as Immortal was doing at range with those Burning Sun arrows, he was almost a liability when you got super close to him. And that's because it's a HoK. You don't have any escaping abilities.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem for DJB Club, right? They have the early game advantage. They actually landed a lot of these arrows. They secured a lot of early game kills, but towards the late game, the amount of mobility that's available for BYL, you have the Arlie, you have the Fuzi, you have all of these heroes that can dive into the back line, and what can you do up against that, right? When we get to the late game, we really see the carries for the side of DJB just coming offline one after another, and that might just be what BYL asked for to secure that victory and now bring us into match point.
Yeah, I mean, you saw on there too, Ogren. I feel like the immediate threat was to get some of that damage offline, especially the HoK, and then Ogren was really able to shine in a lot of those fights as soon as he kind of came in there, and it really kind of turned around that Dune and Dolia combo, because Dune was just absolutely, as great of a tank that Dune was, he was basically just feeding Ogren when he was there in the middle, and once you had taken out those big damage, able to turn around those fights very, very well. Like you said, we're at the maximum points here. We're coming to game 5 between these two teams. Basically, I want to say the nemesis is here at the top 2 for North America.
Yeah, I mean, just like last week, right? We're here at match point, game number 5. The key difference is now we are the global ban picks. So a lot of these combos and heroes are off the map. So looking at the current standings, history repeats itself this week. 2-2 right now at match point, DJB versus BYL. Who will secure that victory?
All right, boys and girls, we are ready. Looks like we're going to jump right into the draft. The dust has settled. We're back at max games here, 2-2 apiece. BYL taking on DJB. Both of these teams, in case you were wondering, have agreed that they were going to do a global ban system. So even though we don't officially use the global ban here for the NAKA tournament, these two teams agreed that they were going to go ahead, keep track of their own bans, and use the global ban system here.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the Zhang Fei and the Nuwa off the map for DJB, and Mai Shunui again will not be there for BYL. She is not going to make it to the mid lane today. I'm sorry for everyone who wants to see Mai just dance around the map and do that early game damage. She's not going to be available. Looking at the hero picks, I like the Diadea coming in from BYL. It's still available for them for grabs. And the Flowborn Tane, who is also a very viable tanky frontline jungle position right now. Direnjie secured for DJB.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Elysian as well. Yeah, Mai Shunui has just been one of those things that has just been a menace, especially in the early game, and being able to get to the side lanes, and the amount of distance that a hero like that can traverse on the map to find the buffs or to find the CC. It's just huge. Here, DJB hovering over the cannon bow. I don't.
I think it might be secured, right? It is secure for the side of BYL. And with the Gonamo pick right now, looking at the current draft for DJB, they need something besides the Charlotte to close the distance and get the backline that like BYL did last game, right? What are some options? I mean, the Ambrosa is still available, whether or not BYL would consider to. Actually, Ambrosa is not available anymore since Charlotte's already being picked. I kind of question why, because last week we've seen a great game coming from DJB with the Ambrosa, but this week we haven't seen her online yet for any of the games yet. So HoK is banned out for DJB. They don't want to see that crazy combo from HoK versus alongside the Gonamo. And now some options available for the last ban.
Yeah, interesting. I was kind of wondering. Oh, okay. I'm good. It's because BYL is on the right side and DJB is on the left side. I thought it was DJB on the right side. I'm like, they already picked Ganonmo. Okay, I got it. I'm confused. I need to learn to read a little bit better. And as you were talking about before too, we have the Ambrosia pickup on the side for BYL. It's going to be very interesting pickups here. The Yuan, it seems to have sparked some interest as well. That's going to be picked up by the other side as well.
I mean, Yuan, she's still a very viable mid lane hero, right? She's sometimes played as a support, but for the amount of both heal and damage and just overall package that Yuan brings is actually really great, especially if you paired up with the Pei. Although we haven't seen all that much success for having a Pei on your side of the team, we have to see how Zero plays this one out, right? Consort, you still available. She is a great late game marksman in the lane, and she is very viable actually up against the Direnjie that we see on Immortal side. So we'll have to see how the teams carry these heroes out in the last game for both of these teams.
I mean, you talked about it a little bit there. Pei is my big nemesis when I see him out there, because there's so much that the team needs to do to make him successful. Not just the team, but the person playing that Pei. We're going to see if they have it in them, especially here at this game 5 where it all matters. Familiar teams, but not familiar, well, I guess familiar circumstances as well. We're at the full 5 game. We're going to be at the 5 game series here to see who's going to walk away with $1,000.
Yeah, let's see which team walks away with that hefty prize pool as we walk ourselves into this last game and last shot to glory for these teams.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start things off here early, and Zero doesn't usually you see that Pei go ahead and start the initial flash out there immediately from Eternal. But I want to say, like, usually you see the Pei try to invade, try to get like that early advantage. Here in trouble, Eternal might get auto attacked out, and that is gonna be a wrap for DJB. A little greedy there coming from the mid lane.
I mean, that's the amount of pressure that Diadea can push into the lane and towards the early game. She has a lot of damage and a lot of support for her team team. So well played on the side of BYL, and Yuhuan might be set back as she will be the mage for this game.
Yeah, and I mean that's an early kill. And those are just those mistakes you don't want to make against a team like BYL, who really take those advantages. It's a heart there, Zero, especially for a game where your jungler needs so much gold, needs so much advantage, needs so much momentum moving into that mid lane or that mid game.
Yeah, because you have to kind of give your mid lane farm to the jungler, at least split it with him, right? And with you being put behind right now, Yuhuan is still not at the level 4 yet, only at level 3, and both teams looking to clear out their jungle and prepare themselves for the next engagement. Yuhuan does come down to the bot lane to support Rain really low.
What an attempt there. Even landed the unending sorrow. Not able to capitalize on Didia, who very quickly shifts onto the head of her, the consort Yu down there to find themselves and escape. So far, no worse for wear. Both teams being very respectful of each other's power. Nobody really kind of stepping. They're being very safe here, especially after that early game death that Eternal took. So maybe knocked some sense into them, let them know, all right, this is game 5, boys. We need to be ready for anything.
I knocked some sense into him, but he is hungry for revenge, right? He was aiming towards that idea, ready to get invade and that revenge that he wanted, but unable to connect. Now rotating towards the top lane, putting some pressure on the Ambroso.
Oh, that's unfortunate too. I hate, and especially hate it as a player when you get all 4 members up at the top and then the enemy is just under tower because they sense it and they know it, and you just want to be so mad at them for playing so smart and wasting your time. Now you have to go back to mid empty-handed. You don't have anything to show for the rotation you just did. You see here, 27, very wisely reading the mid bush there, trying to keep himself out of harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the draft for both sides, right? I mean, looks like a little bit of an invade coming in from Pei, just some small camps, right? As they prepare themselves for the first target, a big knockup.
Oh, that is so unfortunate, especially for a team that was able to latch on to those Burning Sun arrows from last game. Here, a great stun there landed by God onto 4 members of BYL. And unfortunately for DJB, it almost seemed like they were surprised that he got that stun and reacted just a second too late to be able to really find the success or to find themselves a kill. First objective up on the board in the form of a Tyrant.
Yeah, but Pei is not even trying to contest right here. They're just gonna let the Tyrant walk as Pei goes to invade the jungle. He's looking to get the farm himself, right? He needs to get that GPM. He needs to get to his power spike. And will he walk away safely without any harm?
Yeah, they read it immediately. I love the foresight from BYL to understand that because he did not go for the Tyrant, he obviously is in our jungle. They went in there, but unfortunately just a few footsteps too late. Zero able to find himself and escape. And that's exactly what you want to be doing as a page, just kind of continually getting that farm. Ooh, and just, I mean, BYL, they're really kind of shredding that pig camp there on the bottom for DJB. So able to kind of get some farm in for themselves and steal a little bit of their own from DJB.
Yeah, but we're talking about late game, right? On the side of BYL, they have that late game insurance coming in with the chain, as well with the Dynamo taking down 1 tower and putting themselves in a better position on the map.
Yeah, the way that those blades coming from Ganamo shredded Immortal as he made his escape there. Eternal from the backside. Oh, they actually might be in a bad position here. We're getting flanked. 2, 3 members here fighting. King goes down, and from the backside there too, you can see Juan gets taken out as well. 2 down for the side of BYL. They're chasing the rest of the members here. Do find the stun on the 27, but Zhe Wishing is right there on the Ambrosia to put on the suppressive fire to stop any more engages coming from DJB.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for DJB on what they have to close the distance and get to the back line. It does seem like with that U1 pick, right, she was put so low down her health bar, but with the mobility that she has, she's actually able to take down Conster U. And what a great play coming in from Eternal.
Has destroyed a tower.
Ooh, that's going to be a tower down for BYL. Great job by DJB getting that first. Actually, they have 2 towers now to 1 on the side of BYL. So Macro definitely going the side of DJB. But man, these have just been such even games for both. Big pullback comes in there. Wishy using that ultimate. It might have baited them into a fight, but just not enough. As you saw, Juan coming in there from the side. Wasn't able to capitalize on that opportunity.
Yeah, able to escape. Gold is very even on the map for both sides. Pei is not looking to engage in these early game team fights, just letting some of these objectives slide. Not too much to concern about. It is the early game overlord, not a lot of pressure on the map. But as you continue to give the opponent the advantage that they need to snowball into late game, they might be in some trouble.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look up at the top lane here. Ooh, coming in there. Wishing actually a little bit. He's going to be able to sneak his way out through that bush. Now pressure putting on to the mid lane. There's Zero going to have to find himself and escape on that Pei. About half health there. Still able to find himself a pathway out of there. They're going to go ahead and clean up this next buff. They do have overlords coming down to their lane. So this is going to be something that they're going to have to deal with. As you see a lot of pressure mounting here at the mid lane, able to find a kill there. Immortal picking that up for his team. The rest of BYL here on the side. Big spinning there at the mid. Immortal goes down for the side of DJB on the side lane there. Down goes Zero. Finally finding the kill on the Pei. 1 kill, 2 kills, almost 3 coming down onto the side of DJB. 5 to 6 right now. Juan, Ice, and Ching are down for the side of BYL, but a complete team wipe on the side of DJB.
A critical team fight in the 3-5 trade, a complete team wipe. And with that overlord taken down, right, you're replacing the minions and the little trucks with the dragons. You're denying farm away from the Pei that needs to farm up in the early game. And looking at the gold, he's only at 6k gold, not where he want to be as we walk towards the 10-minute mark.
Right now, Wishing on this Ambrosia just came in and absolutely cleaned the clock of almost the entire team of DJB. He's been playing such a great game. We saw a little bit of oppression in the early game, having to back off on that Ambrosia, but he has really showed how skilled, and I'm going to assume Ambrosia is one of those heroes that he has the title for one of the best in the region, because the way he has played it has been phenomenal. Really, I want to say counteracting a lot of this pushing power and the advantage that DJB gets in these fights. Comes in late, cleans up.
I mean, clean it up exactly what he wanted to do. He's able to get to the back line and really dive and have that wombo combo and target counter 1 or 2 heroes, right? Ambrosia did so much in the previous week. We haven't seen him, seen her taken out by these teams this week, but she's still a crazy a hero to put on the map. And playing a different game this game is Jewishin.
I mean, the ability that you have to kind of like counteract a lot of the ganks that come in with that ultimate, but the firepower that you can dish out with it too is just huge, especially if you let it go unchecked. Another set of objectives left up on the map, and BYL very quick to go ahead and latch onto it. Meanwhile, DJB, they're going to go up to the top one. Right there is Wishing as well on that Ambrosia, so he's going to let his team know these guys are going to go ahead and try to get this overlord. They're not going to be able to stop it. A big pickup for both teams, but do we have an engagement? We see the forceful by BYL kind of charging into their jungle. DJB decides to against going ahead and contesting that buff.
I mean, right now, Overlord is what they need, right? They need to push down some of these towers and open up the map for themselves. And they were very quick to respond to BYL taking down that tower and to trade objectives. And now having the Overlord walking down into lane and potentially giving them more vision. on across the map.
Yeah, they're going to try to go in onto DJ Wishing. They're not going to be able to kind of close the distance there. Zero on the side there. I feel like it might be a possibility of the DJB, this not being a composition that's super comfortable for them. God is finding a decent amount of stuns. I just feel like DJB is just not being able to kind of capitalize on it the way that they want to. Ooh, big stun comes in here onto the back end there. Finding the damage. 27, taking a heap of it down to about 50%. So Wishing down to 25%. Going to have to find themselves an escape. Oh, and Balloon taking a full set of blades from Ice on that Ganon Mo. That's going to be a kill, and the rest of DJB running for the hills while Dragons approach the BYL towers.
I mean, what you want to do is to really use that Charlotte and find those sneaky openings to get to that back line and get Ganamo off the map, right? But they were unable to do that, and with the amount of damage he's able to shed out at this point in the game, it will be an immense amount of power and aggression coming in from BYL.
2 down for DJB, 5-8 right now. The gold lead beginning to expand. About 4K in favor of BYL, now starting to march their way down to the tier 2 towers of DJB. Ooh, on the backside here, trying to put on some damage. Zero not able to connect.
Yeah, the Overlord did not do much for the side of DJB. Looking to find that getting a little bit ahead of himself, is able to escape though, but not able to connect and not able to get to the back line and get take down that Ganamo and the Consort U, right?
Yeah, let me say, these unending sorrows coming from Eternal, the stuns coming from God, they are on point for DJB. The problem is it just feels like the rest of DJB are not on the same. This is just, it feels so uncomfortable for them to try to get these stuns, and the rest of the team just not in a position to capitalize, or it feels like they noticed too late. It's just, from what we usually see from them, from the synergy, this might be like a great composition for them. It's just not something that they seem precise like we've been seeing from the rest of these compositions, especially from the last game.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty uncharacteristic of them to be playing not as much as a team as we've been seeing so far, right? But they have been playing all morning, so it might also be that they're just very tired. But I do think that if they were to pick up the Ambrosia first pick rather than the Charlotte, it might bring more utility. But big fight coming in towards the middle, not able to connect.
Yeah, a nice team up there by BYL, forcing out the flash from God. That's going to go ahead and open up this Tyrant coming out from BYL. They scoop this up very quickly.
Very quickly indeed, and now at a 5K gold lead, 4 to 5K gold lead in favor of BYL, and just the map of DJB wide open for BYL to grab, and now looking to escape so much range coming from the Ganamo.
Yeah, you can see there, they're going to go ahead and make short work of that top high ground tower. Not just that, but they've got an immense amount of pressure here. They just need to push the lanes, then go ahead, wait for the debuff to be gone, and then they can turn their attention to the Shadow Overlord. And once the Shadow Overlord comes on, it's going to be hard pressed for DJB to find an answer with Dragons and a team that has such a gold lead on you.
Yeah, especially for a team composition like BYL, right? They have so much range, and when you're pushed back into the corner, into your own base, you're almost too scared to get out of your pit and actually get to the backline and take down the jungle, the damage dealers, and actually secure a winning team fight. And they're just not able to do that. Right now, Pei is looking to potentially find an opening, but unable to find that backdoor into the backline.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's able to kind of close the distance. Is pay a 0 on the pay, but there's so much CC. 27's got the CC. Wishing, if you latch yourself onto Wishing, you're going to have to compete with that ultimate that's going to be able to make them invulnerable. And I mean, there's so much disengage on the side of BYL. It was just such a great counter to the pay pickup there. Even Consort, we do have a little bit of engagement here. As I was talking about that, flashes are out, spells down. They do take down 0 on the back end, able to answer back onto Ice, finding the kill there. Ching in trouble, looking for an escape. They find the match back onto God and Banoon, now enforcing their will onto the final 2 members of DJB underneath the tower. Down goes another member. It is just Eternal alone to defend this tower against all enemies, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a victory for BYL.
I mean, what an incredible series coming in from both teams, right? Actually taking the series into the distance. BYL still coming on top despite being put into that global ban, right? They proved to us that although they like to play certain heroes and they're a complete domination on certain heroes, they can really dig into the hero pool and bring us an incredible game. Well done to both teams, but BYL reigns supreme.
Yeah, you said it. You said it absolutely perfectly. Even showing last week that they could do very well on their one tricks that they love to play. This week, expanding it out there, putting out the offer to make this a global ban, and showing that their hero pools is just as deep as their skill level here tonight. What a great series played by both games. I don't want to take anything away from DJB Club. That last game a little rough for them, but man, an incredible series here played by them, especially for coming from the first series as well.
Yeah, and that's another $1,000 going into the pocket of BYL. They secured their seat, they secured their glory. They proved themselves that they're still the top team standing in with all these teams that were coming in with this tournament, right? So they're still safe and sound in the champion spot, and now we have a new king crowned again. BYL looking shining there, sitting in that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's hardly a surprise when we saw how well they did last week as well. But BYL, again, crowding themselves top in North America here again, sitting at a comfortable seat as well going into next week, because they don't have to fight till Sunday. So they can kind of sit themselves pretty, got themselves $2,000 more prize pools on the way. And man, what an incredible series. What incredible skills showed by them today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I actually paid close attention into their logo, right? Is that a wolf with a chicken on top? That's a very interesting mix. I mean, they got some interesting name as well, but they're so nonchalant. And now we're gonna have a chat with Xuan from BYL. Welcome, Xuan. Amazing performance for his team, right? So we are still waiting for Xuan to join the lobby, but Private, let's have you ask your first question to Xuan.
Xuan, welcome. Incredible games played today.
Thank you.
I mean, it has been it's been an honor watching you guys, especially for the last 2 weeks. We've watched you guys be very dominant. What kind of went into your heads when you guys extended that offer to the opposing team to do a global ban? Was that immediate? Something that you and the team had decided?
No, we prepare a lot for our like BP. So it's okay to play the global ban.
Yeah, I mean, you guys go ahead, Private.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, you guys really showed, because I know I've seen some of the comments out there. They're like, they were only able to win because of their one tricks, and I'm like, well, I guess we'll see today once they go out there with the global ban. And you guys really showed a lot of promise, especially how deep your hero pools were. Was there any point in tonight where you guys were kind of like, We're kind of we're getting kind of thin on those heroes that we have a great synergy with.
All of our 5 teammates have really deep hero pool. So also we pay more attention on their farm lane, so that we can win the game.
A great point, right? Their farm lane actually doing a lot, but for you, Xuan, as a support, what do you think is the strongest support right now in your position, and what's your favorite hero to play?
My favorite hero, many heroes like Zhao Siyuan and Zhang Fei.
Daidea and Zhang Fei. And do you think you lean towards the more tankier support, or do you like to have something like the Daidea and the Dahlia?
Dahlia. I don't like to play that hero. Our jungle asked me to play that.
Well, you're being a team player indeed. And then for private, like, anything that you notice from their games that you really want to point out and pick their brains apart?
No, it's just interesting for me. I just thought it was very interesting that you bring up you guys were focusing on their farm lane, because especially when were you guys getting nervous during that HoK game when it seemed like every single burning sun arrow resulted in a death, and it just seemed like he couldn't miss. But I want to say every single time he did land, you guys were right there to punish him.
Sorry, what?
No, I just wanted to know if there was any point during that game that you guys were a little nervous about the play style there, or if you guys you kind of understood that he was going to be landing a few of them and just kind of stuck to the game plan.
We're not nervous. When we fall behind, we all stay really calm. So that's a key point. We can win this game.
I mean, an amazing performance for all of your team members. And moving ahead, right, you already secured 2 victories, $2,000 into your pocket. What are you guys going to do with the prize money?
Just separate by our 5%, maybe. Go to the restaurant.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about your team? Do you guys live pretty close to each other, or are you guys in the same same region?
Some of us live in New York, and for me, I live in Vancouver.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So how is the ping for you guys when we practice together?
Practice. We just play a lot, and we support with each other.
I like it. And can you tell us a little bit about you guys right now? Like, what's your peak score for your team?
Peak score, for the HoK. Let me think. 2.5 thousand.
Oh wow! For you?
For me, 2.4.
Oh, wow. So which member on your team has the lowest peak score?
Maybe our mid line. I don't remember.
Well, he hasn't been grinding enough, it seems. But wow, that's a mountain to climb. One tip, before we let you go, one tip you want to give to the viewers out there who are trying to win and peak and grind up to your caliber.
You said BP?
I mean, one tip to the viewers to get better in the game.
Okay, let me think. Just practice practice more and practice more heroes to improve your hero pools, so that when playing game and BP, you can have more choices.
And one last question before I let you go is, for me, if I want to try to experience the roam position, what is one hero that you think is easy to learn and very rewarding?
For the support line, Yao.
Yao? Oh, you mean the Yaria?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's too much of an e-girl. But I will consider. Thank you so much, Xuan, for joining us. We wish you the best of luck next week. Amazing performance for your team.
Thank you so much. See you.
See you. Wow. Yaria, Yaria, she is definitely very dominating, I would say, in game, but she's just like a +1. In my opinion, like I don't want to be grinding down that Yaria, but she is definitely great to practice. So, amazing performance for all the teams. Let's take a refresher at the weekly standing after that dominating series.
Yeah, here you could take a look. Number 1 position held by BYL. Staying secured up there is DJB. Flash Smilodon had a very exciting week here, starting from Saturday, working their way through the gauntlet. Unfortunately, once again meeting the wall that is a DJB. In number 4 position, N19, and bringing up 5th place will be Stamina Esports. Tied for 6 right now is Trolls Inc., Midnight Thieves, and Fire Legion Esports.
Yeah, BYL definitely proved once again that they are the king of the hill, and they are a mountain to climb for any team who decides to challenge them, right? Next week, once again, BYL and DJB will be waiting for the rest of the teams comfortably in phase 3, preparing for any matchup that comes. And for teams like N19 and Flash Smilodon, they have another chance to show their skills and show their capabilities and make a presence in the audience's mind as well, right? Before moving into playoff stage. And of course, securing that one last chance to $1,000 and 10,000 diamonds. But overall, a great performance from all of the teams, a great week casting alongside Private Dancer. We had so much fun and the games were just superb, right? Last words, Private, before we let the audiences go.
Man, it's been an exciting last 2 weeks here. Thank you guys for sticking with me. I have been a little bit under the weather, so thank you guys for bearing with me through this cast. It's been pretty long here, and especially going the full distance. But just as much excitement that's going to be happening here next weekend again, when these teams again start over and clash to get back to the top of the mountain for that prize pool. Indeed, if you guys enjoyed what you saw here, tell your friends, give us the thumbs up, support, subscribe, everything that you need to do to support the channel as we are trying to build something here in North America. Hats off to Foreign Famous for the excellent production as well.
Yeah, hats off to everyone. I mean, especially for Private, he is really pulling through, carrying the cast despite being off the weather a little bit. So we're really trying to give you guys the best games possible and hope you guys really enjoyed watching this tournament as much as we enjoyed casting them. So with one more week of arena stage left and heading to the playoffs, we hope you guys come back to us next week as we see some incredible games. With that being said, guys, great performance today. Exciting cast as always, and we'll see you next week.